Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 5, brought to you by Garena. We are back at it again as we witness the battle between four countries from the MCPS region: Malaysia, Cambodia, Philippines, and Sri Lanka. We are on our second day of the second week of the league stage, and we have seen different teams evolving and devouring each other with the goal of taking the booyah. I am Horizon, one of your casters for the day, together with the one and only Gentleman Gaming, Neptune.
Yeah, thank you very much for that introduction, and I'm really excited as what's going to happen this day, because apart from what we've seen in the first 3 days of the league stages, we are going to reshuffle those groupings right now, and it will throw them in a different approach though in their tactics as well as how they play each map. But it might not be different in terms of drop points, but their rotation will be different because it's a different team most of the time that they will be part with in the group. Later on, we're going to see which group they are or the teams are part of, but it really excites me on how halfway or midway of the league stages we are going to do a reshuffle, and we see different tactics being shown by the team, especially for those who really need to catch up on that leaderboard.
First, it was the random map, and second is this shuffling of teams. It will be a different level of difficulty for our players since, again, for the past 12 games, they're playing with the teams that they're faced with, and mayhem is about to start because, again, the groupings will change, and those dropping points that they're used to take, they should already reconsider, man.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some of the teams who have originally a few of the drop points, and then they start losing the early engagement. So hopefully they can consider other of the drop points as well, because there's a lot of openings just yet. Or probably they can also try targeting those who are on the bottom leaderboard, which seems like a little bit easy for the team. But let's check out the recap from yesterday, the top 3 players from yesterday's games. We have one from Geek Slate. We have San Rain, who had a whopping of 17 total on eliminations, and also not only that, longest survival time is 16 minutes and 14 seconds. I guess this is the longest time that we've seen on survivability. Not only that, out of the 3, he has the ones that highest in terms of total damage. That's 6,500 in total damage. But let's go over to Tokdalang, one of the team who's able to get a booyah from this game, and Syahid has a total of eliminations of 12 as well as 5,000 on damage, 16% on target percentage. But when it comes to survivability, it's very, very close to the longest that we have from San Rain. But we also have Yudo Access Esports Miral with 11 total elimination, 3 glue wall destroyed, and 24%. It's such higher compared to the first 2 that we pointed out earlier, but in terms of survivability, it's not so much. But enough of the players. In a bit, we're going to see which are the team that will be featured and that really did the best performance from yesterday. And I'm pretty sure that you know all the faces. I'm just hoping, Horizon, that by this day, it will still be the same or probably continue on their consistency.
And here we have our team performance. There were a lot of new breeds who came out of their shell yesterday, and we can start with Geek Slate. They got the 3rd booyah yesterday and surprised everyone with their performance. From only 49 points at the start of the matches, they came out with a total of 103 points, landing their team at the sweet spot of the 9th place, the spot where most of the teams from the bottom part of our board are aiming for, since only top 12 will proceed to the grand finals. Next up is AV Radicals. On the other hand, though they did not really perform at the best yesterday, I would say that they maintained their velocity and still leading the league with a total of 189 points. Although for me, they should get back to how they were playing last week, because JPTNC is only 12 points away from them. While for our quick reactions, they had a total of 27 eliminations, longest survival time of 16 minutes and 41 seconds, total of damage which is 17,259, total revives of 8, total assist of 24, and 64 total glue walls destroyed.
Yeah, we are going to see the overall standings of the team, and we have known that AV Radicals has maintained their top spot right here. But the question is, will they be able to retain it by the shuffle that we've seen in this grouping? Not only that, there's a lot of differences that can be done in terms of performance, especially for those on number second, JPTNC survivability. Not only that, they take a lot of booyah. So it's quite contrasting compared to AV Radicals, but I think they are in a way on a good start. Farang right there was able to get their number 3 spot as well, away from those who are in there from the previous week, and they got a focus on both rank points as well as elimination point. Expand in there, number 4, Ilustrados Juegos from the Philippines was pushed back down to number 5 with Sem9, Todak, Yudo Axis, and Geek Slate to complete up until the 9th spot. But on the right-hand side, quick reaction from the Philippines slowly moving up, and hopefully they will be, or the teams up following next will be able to catch up as well, because the battle that we have in here is for the top 12 so that they can step into the grand final. So wishing luck to those who need to catch up, because they really need it this time, and they need to pull out a lot of tactics, especially on the new reshuffle.
Yes, and of course, they will need luck because they are again reshuffled. For Group A, it's AV Radicals from the Philippines, it's Sem9 from Malaysia, Todak from Malaysia, Tok Dalang from Malaysia, Tactical Intex from Malaysia, and MAB Esports from Malaysia. While for Group B, we have JPT and NC from Malaysia, Ilustrados Juegos from the Philippines, Yudo Axis from Malaysia, Freedom MY from Malaysia, Project X Gaming from Malaysia, TFC Esports from Malaysia. While for Group C, we'll have Farang from Malaysia, Expand from Malaysia, Geek Slate from Malaysia, Quick Reactions from the Philippines, Nova from Malaysia, and Pando EWG from Malaysia as well. So definitely the thing that you're saying a while ago, it's all about luck right now. They have to test it for the matches that's to come.
Yeah, I mean, luck is one factor, it's tactics the other, but I love how the groupings really has been done this time, because one from each group are Filipino teams together with the Malaysians that we have right now. So we've seen who's playing. Let's check out where will they be battling in all of the 6 matches right now. 5 is already predetermined, and this is similar to what we've seen, but it's more of the groups that will be focused on. Group A and B will be playing Bermuda and Purgatory, Alpine and Nextera will be played by Group A and C. Bermuda will be played by Group C, and as well as a random map right now. Still, even if I was answered my prayers from yesterday as a Nextera map, I still want to see that map once again, because like there's a lot of engagement that we've seen from those from that map. There's a lot of early engagement, even some rotations that has caught off guard those in the top. So I'd like to see more of how adjustments will be done in the Nextera map.
Yes, and again, talking about Next Era, it's always so complicated. We don't know what's happening with the Next Era or Next Era here. We have seen the last moments from our PXG's Booyah, the one which ended with them being below the other guys and doing that healing game for the past parts or the last parts of the game.
Yeah, I really love how that ended. Although, well, the teams I would say doesn't love it because they didn't get any points, even if they got the booyah. But how tactical it is for them to be able to go for different dimension or different levels in terms of survivability. But there's a lot of storylines that will be open this time, because if teams have already been familiar of their rotation as well as who they're ending up meeting on their rotations towards each and every map, it will be shuffled this time. It will be a different team and they might be at the loss. So those on the top, they remain or they need to remain consistent. Otherwise, they might be caught off guard by those who are really hungrier to get to the top spot. And we're not just talking about the placement on the grand finals. It's more of how much they can get as well in the competition, because it differs depending on what level you are or what position you are on that leaderboard. And hopefully some of the teams who really deserve it will be able to reach a higher, I would say, piece of the prize pool that we have in this competition.
Yeah, and definitely a lot of people, a lot of the squads still want to get the piece of the pie greater compared to the other players who's, battling for the booyah. And again, the 12 spot, which is aimed by a lot of these people so that they can go to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still looking forward to how the other teams will be able to get the booyah because yesterday we've seen, if I'm mistaken, that's Geeks Lake and Geeks Late, Tok Dalang, as well as Project X Gaming was able to get their booyah. And though the others already have their own, and it's just increasing. But for those of you who wants to have your own out of MCPS Season 5, we have a giveaway that is a Pop-Pow avatar right here. So you can get this, grab this. All you have to do is stay tuned. You can also like and share the stream so that a lot of Free Fire fans will be able to get this as well. This is not limited. Everyone who has the code will be able to get this and grab this and use this in game. So hopefully you stay tuned. And for those posting it in the comment section, make sure that if you get it, you put the right code, because not only are we going to show it in the screen, we try our best to read it out. And it's a good thing that it's not that tongue twister of a code as well, Horizon, because it's easy for us to read out so that those who are not really watching, only listening to what we are saying, thank you very much if you're listening, we are also giving them the opportunity to grab those codes.
They should already write it down because it always starts with MCPS S5. But wait a minute. Here we have our Bermuda again. Blazing hot Bermuda, the classic map for Free Fire. We'll see a lot of battle happening here again with Group A and B.
Yeah, I mean, I really love some of the drop points already, but I want to see like teams. Example, we have the strip being taken by AV Radicals as well as Udo Axis, and this on this map Bermuda. So Udo Axis, knowing that AV Radicals is in here who wants to maintain their top spot, and JPTNC is trying to catch up, they might not be that easy to hot drop with. And the same with Sem9 and Tok Dalang on Pochinok. They might not be in there so high on the leaderboard, but Sem9 has one of the advantage because they got a lot of placement point as well as eliminations to bring them to that sixth spot. So if I am Tok Dalang, I will be moving away from the Pochinok area, or probably take a little bit of factory as well, because it's just right next to each other if it's rotation that they're really concerned of.
But if it is Tok Dalang, they were able to get a booyah yesterday. So there might still be some of the heat that they were able to carry on for this day. So that's what we have to witness as we're about to start in a minute. Again, match number 1 here at Bermuda.
Yeah, I mean, Bermuda, the OG map right now, and I like to point out as well how well Ilustrados Juegos has maintained their position on Shipyard. And I guess that's one reason as well why Udo Axis is trying a different drop point, because usually they take Shipyard. They go against Ilustrados Juegos, they are being taken down or being pushed out of that drop point. But when we look at the flight overall, the area of the strip is towards that middle of the map, so it gives them that advantage of being in the center of the circle. Yeah. So they need not to move so much to get their position. And knowing the original tactic of Udo Axis Esports, they usually go for the compound gameplay, wait for the other teams to pass by, and then get those eliminations. So I really love if Udo Axis will be able to put that or bring that back, because that's how I remember them. But if they want to use a different approach, just make sure that it's sound enough, because AV Radical is also doing a different approach. They're not that radical team anymore, and they're just more of a tactical team as we see it.
Yes, and there you go. You can see on our screen the plane path is coming from the left to the right, from the west to the east. A lot of players are together. Todak is with some guys of our PXG, if I see it correctly. They are together at Observatory. So this is a whole other game that we're going to see, whole other gameplay that we're going to see there. Or they are with guns already blazing hot, starting it hot within a minute already. Within just seconds, PXG Todak's spot is here. One guy from their squad is taken down. Potter, he's taken down as well. Mika's taken down as well. So Jim and Neo, are you gonna run or are you gonna stay? Or maybe not. He was able to take down one guy from our Todak. Spark is down 2 versus 1, and Project X Gaming is eliminated. We're just in for like seconds, Neptune.
First minute of the match and one elimination already. One team already eliminated in this game. I mean, I can't blame Todak for doing that because like they were hot draw. So if anyone will be able to do that and respond that quickly, that will be Todak. Because not only were they one of the longest running team in the MCPS seasons, they are also teams who have representative their region so many times in different competitions. So they have the qualification already, and if you try to go against them, I'm pretty sure that you'll feel it. Similar to what we've seen from Project X Gaming. Currently on the 14th spot, being pushed down. I believe no points for them, even if the takedown has been done. So this might push them down a little bit further because some of the other teams still in this group A and B are trying to catch up on that leaderboard.
Yeah. It is looking bad for PXG again. It was their usual drop spot. It was Todak who, took their drop spot. So again, I think Todak had other plans in mind, and they they just wanted to surprise some of their teams. Again, we shuffled teams, and maybe that is why as long as there is a surprise, there it's not going to be lucky for anyone else as they have planned it beforehand.
Exactly. I mean, teams right now are rushing to reach the higher levels of those leaderboard so that they can get like as much as a prize pool as possible. And one thing that that's for sure for the strong teams or capable teams who will be able to go for the initial engagement, they might be farming those who are the bottom of the leaderboard. If we check back on the Bermuda map, if we calculate every of the team from this group of A and B, Project X Gaming is in there the bottom. So they don't have that much placement every time they go into this map, and only total of 10 points in total just for Bermuda. And knowing that Todak can go and farm them, and not quite sure if what adjustment Project X Gaming has to do so that just in case they will be hot dropped the next time, they can fire back and survive a little bit longer. But battle continues right now. Todak is on fire, and Tactical Index this time is just waiting for the queue for them to move out of this compound. They do have the catapult that can move them in, fly them into a different area, but the split right now, we are seeing D-Cause trying to go and find an opening, especially in this strip area, because there's not so much who went here from the initial drop.
Right now, they are just looking for some other players, but again, Todak is here again. They wanted to take the spot. We have seen from the games before that they are always, or almost always taking the spot. It's their favorite spot of the map, but right now, Tactical Intex is here again. Zipno just received some damage there, and definitely Todak just rebutted with that. Right now, will our Todak move away from the position? But nope, you cannot move away from us. That's coming from our Tactical Intex, because Todak's car has been blown by the guys of our ITX.
Yeah, Tactical Intex right now is going for the flank. As you can see, Zipnews just providing them with a little bit of distraction. Oren on the right, on one side, Phoenix on the other. They are trying to box in Todak at this point. I guess they saw who is on leaderboard right now, and they want to extinguish the flame that Todak has. But with the position that Todak is taking, everyone is just moving in there all together. And there goes Surprise. Almost a takedown right now, but there you go. With the glue walls being used to protect themselves, they need to regroup. Tactical Intex need to regroup, otherwise they might be taken down, and taken down indeed. Spark right now eliminating Oren from the get-go, and as you can see, Tactical Intex is pulling back. They don't want to go and engage Todak at this point, but Phoenix right now, I think there's a little bit of courage left in him. They want to know the position, they want to take revenge, but the question is, will they be able to do so, or will they prioritize in bringing back their fallen brother?
Todak is really hungry for some more kills as they flanked out to the position of ITX. But right now, there is also one squad with them. They have to be careful. They don't have their guns out. They are not aware that there is a squad behind them, but right now they can be sandwiched by ITX and that one squad on those buildings. But again, ITX is already moving away from the battle that happened, and definitely they were able to revive one of their teammates. That's Oren again, healing up and most likely trying to get the utilities back again with his bag. And they already have one elimination rather with that encounter a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, let's see more of tactical intakes because the name itself, they are tactical intakes, but we'd like to see more of the aggressiveness because tactics and aggression usually comes tied to each other, and that's why we ask for the balance of placement as well as elimination points. But at this point in time, tactical intakes is in the 13th place, and they really need to catch up. Though they are in the lead, like when we look at eliminations as well as placement, they have higher on the elimination, but the placement is lacking. But when we look at compared to the ones above them, which is Tokdalang, they're only 8 points below. So they need a total of 9 points to get through and break through that 12 spot. But AV Radicals right now, there's no breaking through from that number 1 spot. They are on the top and still taking the lead as Kaito takes down Tokdalang Shahid. The escape mission might be happening, and there go multiple glue walls being used, and I think that is because of panic, but there goes Kaido being taken down, but Barba just respond there with a shotgun, and there goes Tokdalang. The master of puppets right now is being mastered and being controlled by AV Radicals. The pickup for Kaido is possible, but we'll have to see Barba, and they're going in for those nade launchers, and they are still alive with 2 eliminations already on their board.
Quick thinking from Tachi with this getaway because most of his teammates were already wiped out and he was the last one, and most likely he's gonna go for a revival station. But here we have Freedom, one guy taken down by the guys of our Sem9, but Green is gonna go for the push and a nade with this glue walls. And as you can remember, the glue walls, triple glue walls in one click with that gameplay a while ago. I don't know what happened with that, but it was very efficient. Although the other guy was able to run away from him. And again, this is an engagement between our Sem9 and Freedom, but Freedom is already backing away, most likely going to reset and have some covers because most likely they've heard in other parts of the map some vehicles that's passing by.
Yeah, I mean, I can't get my mind off that triple glue wall. It is efficient in survivability, but not so much in resources because you need to really gather resources, especially in the open areas later on. But we'll have to find out if that will be. That was probably just a panic move, and well, that's one thing that you can do. Since you eliminated 3 players from one team, you'll be able to get the glue walls that they have in stored, and you can use it later on. Tactical intakes this time. Zipnu has been taken down, and still they are on a standoff against Todak, and there's no letting go. Why? Because Todak is holding the gate and holding the toll right here and is charging a lot against tactical intakes. Phoenix, as you can see, is waiting for that revive to bring back one of their teammates, and the rest of the gang is just waiting for an opening against Todak, but they are not giving it. They will be moving high ground and meeting Ilustrados Huegos in their approach, but good thing they were able to flank out on the other side, but McCrory says otherwise, doesn't want to give them that pass.
IJ are very focused with the taking down Todak, but one guy from their squad is taken down. That is McCrory, our team player for our week 1. Todak is on the sides of IJ, but that is the same as well for the guys of Todak. They're now pushing the location of our IJ, and as you can see on our map, it has been very small and no one is taking the circle as of the moment, but AV Radicals is just a few steps away from the next circle, while our IJ is still battling with our Todak. I think one guy, McCrory, has been taken down, and Todak has been eliminated from, I think it was a third-party kill coming from those guys at the back.
Yeah, I think it's Sem 9 right now, and this is target the 4 bits right here. It's Tactical Intex. Tactical
Wow.
Intex right now is the ones being targeted, and I guess this is the one that helped them take down a Todak. Well, it's about time because Todak has stopped them in any angle they can push, but the pickup is not being done right now because who's knocking on their door? We have AV Radicals right now who just was passing through, heard the gunshots, and back away outside the circle. They already have a compound on them, but they want to gather and farm all those eliminations. Thus, 7 already for this team of AV Radicals. Tokdalang, unfortunately, has been eliminated as well, and a lot of engagement happening. It is TFC who's feeling a little bit of pressure, but let's go over to Factory as MAP Esports is taking this Yudu Access Esports in a gunfight.
MAP Esports with our Judo Axis both are in the blue zone already with the glue walls on. They are stuck in this compound. Mans is trying to get away from the sights of Judo Axis. They are with each other, and I think they want to get this over with without anyone going away.
Exactly. I mean, they want to get over it. And one thing that I see usually in some of the gameplays of the team, you need to time yourself if in case you go on a standoff against a team, you need to at least count to 30. If nothing happens, you can pull back. But the thing is, this is a lot happening in this factory area. Yudu Axis, though, one has been knocked down. I have been knocked down. It is Neptune. And still knocked down once again.
Oh.
But there you go. Multiple takes being done by MAP Esports, and that is not only because of the gunshots, but also because of blue. A lot of teams are surrounding them right now, and it is Tactical Intex who wants to take advantage of those moving in.
I think it was ITX who was able to give that knock away from our Judo Axis, and while MAB is there behind, Judo Axis is gonna try to get away, and Freedom was taken out from the other side of our game, and Judo Axis is as well taken out of the game, and that is because of our ITX. Zipnu is taken down as well. Three-way battle that happened. Ilustrados Juegos on the other side of our map was taken away as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love how quick it is. We're already in the fifth, 5 teams remaining in here. And when we look at the map, there's still a huge opening in some of the areas. Though it's open area right now, only a few threes that can cover all your approach. And that is being taken advantage by TFC right now as they're in the battle 2 against 2, if I'm not mistaken. Tactical Intex has sight of, or Sem 9 has sight of Tactical Intex, but they need to back off a little bit because on the higher ground, we have at TFC who can wait and shoot them down later on. But speaking of shooting, Raymil not yet over. Oren has been taken down, and a little bit of spam from Bar, but destroy all those glue walls.
Oh,
Tactical Intex with only Oren remaining and a few HP in there. They might be the next to be eliminated. Number 5 goes for Tactical Intex.
That was ITX, and they were pushed by the guys of Sem 9 from below. Mind you, they were at the bottom of this hill. Our ITX was... Actually, they have some cover with the tower, right? But they were eliminated. Most likely, it's because of the pressure coming from all over the area. Because, again, there are still a lot of players here. 12, maybe a while ago, it was 14 or 15. And it gave them that pressure.
Exactly. I mean, there's one thing that one thing about the pressure of getting into an open area circle. Another thing is a lot of teams targeting you. As we can see in the map right now, it is showing up right there next to JPTNC. It is a higher ground though, but their target is AV Radicals. Now, one thing I would say is though they have the high ground advantage, it's also easy for them to be targeted on a headshot because it might be only your head being showing, and that is what being done by Kaido. A headshot against Asta, and here comes approach. 9 eliminations already, making it 10 in a bit as soon as they go and battle JPT and C, and Kaido is still not stopping. There goes a lot of shots and breaking the glue walls, but they need to defend themselves as well, otherwise they might be hit from the side.
But after all, JPTNC still complete, but not anymore. One guy down, and that again is courtesy of AV Radicals. Ramiel not stopping at his shot with 2 eliminations out of this match. They are now pushing inside the circle because the blue zone is already pushing them. Kaido is taken down by another guy as well from JPTNC. This is going to be an all-out war between our AVR and JPTNC.
Yep, let's see on how AV Radicals will be able to respond. Dynamo has been eliminated right now, and trapped in the trap of glue walls will be Noki of 7-9. Yes, that's what you need. The nade inside that box, and Barba giving him a lot of pressure. There goes the takedown, and they just need to move in. TFC though, Luffy just taking down a few players of JPTNC. It's not looking good for this team who got a lot of booyah, but 7-9 will be eliminated at number 4. We're now left to 3 teams as TFC slowly moving in on this, and it is Kaizo and Luffy's combination who was able to take them down. AV Radicals now going against TFC. There's different TFC esports that we're seeing. A lot of aggression coming from this team, a lot of excitement being brought in into this gunfight.
This is a 2v3 situation. AVR is on the move. They're now going. Raymil is down. 2v2 situation. There you go. Barba gonna go for that kill. Rushed, and he's taken down. One guy. He has to hide himself, or else Kaito will see him. And I think they will see Luffy here from our TFC Esports. And there you go again with those glue walls. There you go with the booyah taken by AV Radicals.
I mean, I'm quite surprised how AV Radicals was able to survive in there with 3 members, though one guy has been taken out. I think it's Dynamo, who is the one in the middle right now, who is in there eliminated early before the final 4 teams remaining. But they're still a full squad, though, similar to what we've seen from JPTNC. The survivability of JPTNC has been questioned, especially with a move from the side from some of the players that is TFC. And like what I mentioned earlier, it's a different TFC that we're seeing. A lot of aggression really is in there. But I guess it's time for them to really go YOLO, especially in the final moment, just like that.
Yeah, and also, mind you, AV Radicals had a different gameplay as well, because they were as well aggressive, because in the choice between the zone or the play zone between, and as well those kill points, they chose the kill points. They did not go in as soon as they saw the next circle. They tried to get the guys, they tried to get the eliminations away from those other squads with them in those final circles. They were a balance of aggressiveness and as well positioning.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I really, really love on the changes being done by some of the teams. But AV Radicals still on their way. They're still maintaining their aggressive approach, focusing more on farming elimination. And that is where they see they're very, very close to reach that double century mark, or the 200 mark in this competition. And as we can see, everyone from this first match is really heated up. No one is backing off in all those engagements, and this is what makes it more exciting. Early eliminations, mid-engagement, as well as the final chaos. That is what we want to see in these matches.
Yep, but remember, brother, that AV Radicals is taking booyahs at the first matches, but lie low for the next matches. So, will we see another booyah coming from them, or will they do what they did yesterday?
Well, we'll have to find out. It's like what we're talking about in the background. You have one job, you have one specific role or goal in a match, and I think doing this initially when everything is chaos in terms of drop points, in terms of groupings, they understood that everyone's still confused on the rotation they can take, and they can take advantage of that. So that's what they did in the first day of our first week, actually, of our competition, and they're starting to do it once again when everyone else is guessing what to do. So AV Radicals can still be that radical team who do differently compared to the other teams and put on a lot of aggression. Now, it might happen as well that they will be lying low later on, especially Bermuda is one of their best map, and they just want to hang back a little bit. Probably, if in case they will be given a chance to go into a different map, and I'm just trying to look for my resource here. Nextera is where they also exceed in terms of performance. So hopefully we can see them in that map later on. But unfortunately, A and B will only be playing Bermuda and Purgatory. So if you're not doing well in Purgatory, at least do your best in the first map.
Yeah, but as you know, AV Radicals has been consistently dropping at the strip. And it looks like wherever the circle goes, they are there. They are
Yeah.
near the circle. So they're this dropping point that they have that they everybody knows is a good thing for them. This
Yeah.
is ours. We're gonna loot here. Don't you go here. And there are also instances that some other teams go there, but they are always able to eliminate them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of understanding what capacity you have. And
Yeah.
like AV Radicals is one of the team really that you don't want to challenge up front on early engagement, especially for the initial drop, because the moment they get a weaponry on them, regardless of what armor, what they have in their in resources, they will just try to push you back, if not eliminate you early. So that's how radicals are, AV radicals are from the first time we saw them, and I guess they're still maintaining them. That's their core, I would say, in terms of performance.
Yeah.
But they're putting in a little bit of pieces that can make them to be close to perfect as a team, because they are playing it tactically this time. They're not really that much of an aggressive team unless they are in a safe spot in terms of placement. And once
Yeah.
they go through early, say midway, they have taken away a lot of elimination already. So it's one thing to understand what you can do, it's another thing to know what else you can do better in a game.
And also knowing what you should not do anymore, because
Yeah.
again, as what we have mentioned a while ago, it's JPTNC which was already crawling below them. So it's like AV Radicals saying, nope, not today, brothers. You can take the first spot away from us.
Yeah, I mean, they've already taking a lot of booyahs right now, but in terms of elimination, AB Radicals really doesn't want to be beat. But let's see on how it is in the overall stats right now. When you look at the elimination, it's a little bit low on average 50 that we often see. But as you can see on highest elimination as well in terms of individuality, we have AV Radicals Dynamo, who has the highest kills. Take note, he is the first one to be eliminated on the final moment of that game. 42 in the total
Yeah.
headshots and close to 34,000 in total damage. 13 on the revival and 18 on the rescue. And total knockdown is 67. But this is what I love
Wow.
to see. Only one glue wall has been is needed to get that 100 mark. I guess that was Barba. If in case he didn't just release 3 or probably panic a little bit more and release another one, we might have reached that 100 mark. But this really shows how much engagement is happening within the battlefield because of how many glue walls are being taken down in the fight.
One glue wall away from 100. It was a very, very remarkable moment if we have reached that. And again, the 3 and also the happening, which was the 3 glue wall in one
Yeah.
click.
I mean, it's a matter of spamming it because like it's already available. You have it handy already. All you have to do is spam it, and then it will let go. I think it's more of a panic moment that it happened. But let's check out the
Yeah.
MVP of the game, and we have the IGL of AV Radicals Dynamo in here. 4 eliminations and 2,000 on the damage, 20% on target percentage. I mean, we didn't see him on the first week. Not quite sure what happened though. We don't have any backstory just yet, but they already did well. What more if the Namo, the Fragger, the grenade launcher, who's making his name in here to be or might be the grenade launcher king, is back in play, and this is what they're showing. They're very, very close right now. I think by the end of this game, they have reached already that 200 mark in terms of total points.
Yup. And then again, we have seen his gameplays with those grenade launchers. That's why he has this lot of damages. But right now, we have our most valuable team on our next slide, and that should be AV Radicals with 11 eliminations, 7,102 damage, and that is a lot for a single team. 16 assists and a total of 23 match points, boosting themselves maybe at the mark of 200 total points, and that's what we'll see later on. AV Radicals doing the beating and telling these people who's the boss.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite surprised though. And well, if you think about it logically, 11 only on the elimination from AV Radicals, but it seems like they're doing a lot already, especially on the final moment. So this
Mhm.
only proves to show the aggressive AV Radicals will only get 11 eliminations in here. The other teams are also
Mhm.
doing the hard work to get a lot of elimination, taking down a lot of teams. And from the overall stats earlier, there's not so much of a revive. So I guess it also all ties up. Only a few will be gathered, but those taking the booyah, regardless of how aggressive they are, especially if team are finishing up their, let's say, finishing up their food once they get in touch of them. But let's check out the match standings of this game horizon.
All right, for our match standings again, AV Radicals for the Booyah gathered 23 total points in that game. Sem9 had 17. TFC Esports had 16. Tactical Intex had 12 total points. JPTNC had 8. MAB Esports had 8 as well. Ilustrados Juegos from the Philippines had 7. 5 points for the 3 teams up ahead. Freedom, Malaysia, Todak, Yudo Axis, and 2 points for Tok Dalang. And unfortunately, the team who was eliminated in the first seconds of the game only got 1, and that is Project X Gaming.
Unfortunate for Project X Gaming, really. I mean, I really want to see them move up a little bit on the leaderboard because it seems like they have the potential. They did get a
Yeah.
Booyah in there, but it's not really showing that much, especially as other teams are targeting them on specific map. Like what I mentioned earlier, on Bermuda, they are one of the team on the group A and B that is at the bottom of ranking. So pretty much
Yeah.
they're really underperforming in this map. So homework really pays a lot for those who put in the effort, and I guess that is what Todak did in their game. After each match, they review who can they target, where are they dropping, and then just take
Yeah.
advantage of that on the next match.
Very nasty move coming from Todak if that's the case, right?
Exactly. I mean, they want to take all those points, and it's part of tactics. I couldn't blame them. It's part of
Yeah.
tactics.
Yeah.
They really want to get all the points pouring through them already, and well, it is what it is. That's what the teams, as well as everyone else, just needs to take in and understand on how well
Yep.
the players are doing it.
And also, most likely, Todak just wants to, just wants to win. And that's
Yeah.
what everybody wants. They did that, but they still fell short against AV Radicals, who's, again, a combination. The players are a combination of all the best players that you can get.
Yep, exactly. I mean, we've seen the addition of Kaito, I think, is the
Yeah.
one that really adds up in a good mix of this team. But we like to see more of the other teams trying, regardless of who the roster is. They want, like, they will be trying as well to make it work with their approach. First on the drops, next would be on their rotation, as well as understanding their positioning. Earlier, I did mention that even if JPTNC is on the low or on the high ground compared to AV Radicals, it's
Yeah.
much easier for AV Radicals to hit them with a headshot, especially with Kaito, with that with
Yes.
the damage that he can offer with his weapon.
Yup, and right now we're going on with the overall standings. As of the moment, AV Radicals still topping our board with 212. That's a lot. I was computing something around 198, but then we have 212 total points for AV Radicals, 185 for JPTNC, maintaining that second spot against Farang, which has 164. But mind you, Farang hasn't played yet. Ilustrados Juegos with 159, 153 for Expand, 142 for Sem9. That's just 1 point away from our Expand team. 122 from Todak, 117 from Yudo Axis, Geek Slate having 103, Freedom having 99, Tactical Intex having 97, Tok Dalang with 95 and 95 as well for Quick Reactions, 82 for TFC Esports. Project X Gaming unfortunately has 81, but still they can still bounce back. 7-3 for both teams of Nova and MAB Esports, and last but not least, Pando EWG. One of our invited teams are sitting at the bottom spot, which is at number 18 with 67 points only.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we want to see, that Pando EWG really gets back on the play, because they will still be playing later on, and A and B is still the focus team or focus group. And this
Yeah,
next map, which is Purgatory. Now, one thing I like to note as well, the gap by AV Radicals is really increasing. So the one next to
it
them,
is.
it's 20. They need to get 28 points just to overtake AV Radicals, and 28 points is already a lot. So you need to get the
Yeah.
Booyah, as well as 16 elimination in one game, and you need to take out AV Radicals before they get any points. So that's a huge ask for JPTNC, but with their consistency in terms of placing themselves better compared to the other teams, they might be able to catch up doing the placement gameplay, but they need to put in the balance. We've seen them do that work as well. So just need to see them unfold and show up in these matches. Not only that, Farang has a long way to go, especially as the
Yeah.
teams of Group A and B is still playing on this next map. So the lead between JPTNC and Farang is 21, so they need 22 points to be able to catch up. And given that Purgatory might be one of the plays where JPTNC will be able to get all those points in terms of placement, then they will be left behind for so long.
Most likely, what JPTNC has to do is to drop at the same dropping point of AV Radicals if they
Yeah.
really want to overtake AV Radicals. But, Purgatory is one of the familiar maps for AV Radicals. So they already had one Booyah from that map as well. So it might be hard for JPTNC to do just that. Maybe they just have to maintain their lead over Farang for now.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that will be the case. And as we jump in a bit to this map, let's look at the view of each of the areas in Purgatory, because quite similar to Bermuda, like it's more of greeneries right here in this map. One thing that's really different is the potential of going for the water gameplay towards the end,
Yeah.
because there's a huge body of water in the middle, or a little bit in the middle of this map. So one thing as well is an entry and escape is widely
Yeah.
possible because of all the zip lines that are available right here. And not only that, we've seen so many teams who uses the catapult as well to get to the high ground. So we'll have to find out as to how well they can play this map, use the resources that they have in this game, because in just 8 seconds we're going to see the flight and as to where they will be dropping in this map.
We are going to start our match 2 for Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 5. Again, brought to you by Garena. This is Purgatory. Who's going to come out on top and who's going to take the Booyah? Will it be the same guys who's taken the Booyah from the days before? Let's wait and witness that.
Yep, neither heaven or hell. They will be stuck in limbo when they step into this map. Seeing Central being taken by Tactical Intex, and as well as Tok Dalang moving to Fire Brigade, they have a good chance as well to rotate towards Lumber Mill. We have AB Radicals who's heading to Marble Works, and MAB Sports on to the lower side of Mount Villa. Now, Todak will be moving into Crossroads, and it is two teams once again, BXG and TFC,
Yeah.
who's taken Brasilia. This might be another early engagement. Not only that, we're seeing Estradas Uegos as well as JPTNC battling it on for their way to the ski lodge. So 2-3 hot drops possibly can be seen right here. So we'll have to find out who will be winning all those gunfights.
We have seen some shots being fired at the south side of our map, and right now TD or Tok Dalang is here with the guys of our
Freedom.
NC. Is that NC or Freedom Malaysia? And another guy from our TD is on the right, flanking to the side of our Freedom, and they are at a difficult situation. Shahid is already there, and most likely he's gonna get those guys though healed up already. Of course, those utilities are not enough because we're just in 1 minute and 40 seconds in the game, including the flight path, and Tachi's already here in the house that our freedom is taken. There were 3 people here, and hopefully they have enough utilities to use.
Yeah, I mean it's a good position as well in a 3-1 split. They have one for coverage. Not only that, they also have a plan of exit. So just in case the 3 players out here will be taken down by a different team of Tokda or by Tokda lang themselves, then they can back off, survive a little bit longer, and then get back later on. But I don't think that is the main focus right now. That is not the main goal. What they want to do is get all those eliminations, starting this off. Atachi right now almost getting a side of Koro. It's, if I'm not mistaken, that is the name, Koroyako. And let's see if Koroyako, and let's see if that will be the case. I mean, it's a tongue to swear already, but there goes the jump in from the side. Yoon going in for the hit, and another one being taken out. Ronin will be in there. The Samurai will be out as well, as they are now left with 2 remaining from Freedom MY. Oh no, I guess there's only one, and another team has stolen one of that elimination, I believe. So we'll have to find out. But Freedom MY will not be free for long, because they will be in here needing for the get back or the revival of the rest of the teams. Tactical Intakes right now still on the aggressive approach. Earlier they went against Todak. This time another T of a team. This is Tokdalang.
Yeah, and Tok Dalang is right here being pressured by the guys of ITX. Zipna was able to take one down. The guys of our ITX are very aggressive. Most likely they want to push their points with some kill points. Tok Dalang cannot run anymore, and they are eliminated. Although Tok Dalang was able to take down the guys of Freedom, ITX is here to take that bragging rights away from them.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for Tok Dalang. They already have 3 eliminations against Freedom MY, and like they don't have a plan of exit at that point. There's no plan of escape at that point. So all they have to do is just assign one guy to back off, especially if they don't have any visibility of everyone coming from Tactical Intex. But it is what it is. But it's a good thing Project X Gaming are not the ones being eliminated early, because even on this map of Purgatory, they're not doing well. Only getting 5 eliminations overall in all the maps, or all the instances that they play this map, and they need to put in a lot more of effort. This might bring them closer to the top 12. If not, by the end of this day, they will be able to reach that. But looking at how each of the team are performing and being aggressive, it might be very difficult to call that easily. Razik will be in here as well onto the bridge, into the path of a TFC, as we saw a different team as well who might be waiting surrounding that area. So they need to plan their approach onto the next circle. Otherwise, they might be gatekept right there by a lot of teams.
Another map, another area on the map here. PXG is here as well, taking some loot. They're out in the open. They're trying to loot these crates up ahead. But right now, I think this is not a good position for them to take. Going to another area is IJ. I think they're well equipped already, and they're trying to position themselves to a better location. They don't have any eliminations yet, and they haven't been in touch with anyone. But nope, I stand corrected. JPTNC has their sights on one of the members of IJ, but there you go, the trigger control. Have you seen that? He did not threw any shots towards one guy from IJ so that their location doesn't get revealed. And that's good coming from JPTNC, knowing how their gameplay was for the past matches. They're always prioritizing getting inside of the play zone, but right now they're spreaded up here with our IJ or Ilustrados Juegos all the way from the Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would say about JPTNC is they chooses the fight that they want to go into.
Yeah.
And I guess for the moment we're in, there's no fire, there's no gunfire being used at that point. It's because they don't have visibility of the rest of Ilustrados Juegos. And that's one thing that we see most of the time from JPTNC. The trigger discipline indeed will help them to survive longer, because they want to map out where they want to be shooting next once they They have sight of one of the player. But let's see, as the next circle is in there, well, a little bit of water will still be part of this next circle, and I'm still crossing my fingers for a water ending. But as we can see, it's mostly in the middle of the map. So those in the outside, especially tactical intakes, who needs to cross this bridge. Not only that, a meetup with DFC needs to move that fast. And not only that, we have Map Esports who might be meeting AV Radicals on the other side on that crossing as well. Sem9 is in battle against PXG, and PXG really needs to put up a good fight right here. Otherwise, they might be taken down early once again.
This is Sem9 against PXG. Sem9 going up ahead to the guys of our PXG. They're using their glue walls effectively as they're able to push the guys of PXG. And they're now moving away. But Zen, don't you go away from me. But he did. He was able to with some other guy backing him up. Sem9 Zen OP is really going to go for the push. PXG Expot with that grenade. And there you go, Sem9. No break-in from those accelerations going to this guys at the top of the hill, and now Sem9 is here as well. Xbot 7 with that jump shot. Xbot 7 again with this backup to his teammates. Zen OP will be here for the take-in, and there you go. One guy down from their squad is taken down, and PXG has been eliminated just like that. We were talking about it a while ago. PXG has to remain until the final moments, but no, danger is really looking for them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's well, it's so unfortunate that we're looking at MAB Esports because the path of PXG for today is the same path that MAB Esports was taken yesterday. So early eliminations most of the time, as well as being gunned down until the final player is just surviving and then having difficulty to get all those elimination points, even the placement. So hopefully that luck will change for Project X Gaming, but we just need to accept what is happening. A lot of teams want to finish everyone off, and they're not even taking advantage of the revive that can be done by Project X Gaming, because they might be caught off guard later into the game once everyone's already sticking together. As we can see, a lot of compounds being taken in this area, and TFC is just flying through one at a time, taking one of the compound, and who's gonna meet them? AV Radicals, gunshot into the vehicles. Kaido was able to survive though with a glue wall, but here comes the distraction on the other side. Ramiel and Dynamo in here. It's a 2-2 split for the team of AV Radicals. They have a good view of the situation, but not only a better view from the other side, good headshot indeed coming from this team. Dynamo just moved up in here, possibly a grenade gameplay coming from both of Dynamo and Barba, but there's no hit just yet. TFC doing their well into surviving this chaos.
Did you see how Dynamo just zipped in, but he was taken down by one of the guys of our TFC Esports. But here, Barba is supposed to give some backup to Dynamo, but that was not enough. Ramiel and Barba, where are you? Kaito is as well taken down. Barba just went inside the house that our TFC Esports were taken a while ago, while the other member of AV is not yet here. Kaito, I can see him. TFC Esports was able to reset their utilities.
Yep, and Ramiel right now, I think Ramiel is receiving a little bit of damage from the far side, and Barba is left alone going against 4 players of TFC. So we'll have to see if this is a clutch moment for Barba indeed, because the focus of Ramiel is to buy back their teammates, and there you go. Barba just flying in to where Ramiel is, leaving TFC behind, and who's in front of them? We also see You Do Access Esports, who might be going into gunfight against them. Speaking gunfight, we have Tactical Intex and JPTNC. They might be going at it again, but no, JPTNC won't survive. They will be flying high like butterflies.
Butterflying again away from that engagement. possible engagement with our ITX. But then again, there are still some members of our JPTNC who were left behind. Phoenix with his sights on the guys of our JPTNC. I think they were revived again. But right now, Phoenix, you can't revive yourself if I'm going to go there. And Phoenix, without any hesitation, just went to the tree against this guys of our JPTNC. Two guys are pinned down. They cannot move away. They don't have any more zip lines that they can use. Being damaged is the guys of our JPTNC going for the push. Phoenix without any guy with him. Oh, and there you go. The surprise there. The guys of JPTNC. And that's a quadra kill coming from Zipno. A good assist towards the one guy pushing in. It was a good gameplay coming from that squad.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Phoenix work his way in different situations, especially when he was part of Sem9 from Season 4. But that is something else. Upfront and personal, not even pulling out a gun, and he just pushes through. Once the other player turned around, he has been taken down in there as quickly as that. But we'll have to find out if that is just a fluke or really part of their game plan. But speaking game plan, I am in here just playing and thinking of how to take down those surrounding me. On the other side, Rainiel was able to take down Todak and eliminating them, leaving us with only 9 teams.
Right, this again is our Yudo Axis with 2 eliminations only. ITX just pushed the guys of our Freedom. And there you go, Deco's here getting the guys again of Freedom. I think this is the second engagement within these 2 teams, right?
Yeah, I believe so. And that is because Tactical Intakes really are farming for those eliminations, and they don't want to let go of any teams in their side. Then they still manage to survive longer than like what we've seen them do previously, and they are having a lot of eliminations already. Just in case they see a few more, especially that one hiding out, it will bring them to 10. But there's no waiting for the team, especially who is in this area. Yudo Axis as well as Sem9 fighting it off. Middle has been eliminated, right, or has been taken down though, but Sem9 losing a few of the members. Noki is the only guy up in this fight and needs to protect himself, but there's no protecting himself that easily. There goes a Neptune being taken, or Vegeta being taken down. Flame right now firing at him. Good mine being laid by Noki as a bait, and he still managed to survive.
That was a good mine set up for the guys of Yudo Axis, but right now he's still alive and kicking. Yudo Axis really want to get that, but Sem9 has been eliminated as well. That's Yudo Axis's doing. Neptune going for some more utilities. But right now, ITX, the aggressive team as of this match, are now battling with IJ, who's also has this firepower which can take the aggressiveness of our ITX.
You'll have to find out. So far in this match, McCrory only has 1 of the elimination, and it's late in this game. I'm just surprised that Ilustrados Juegos haven't done much in terms of eliminating some of the players, but probably it's more of the rotation that they're taking, because Ilustrados Juegos really doesn't do well in terms of Purgatory, and they just are managing to survive. But no one's surviving anymore for JPTNC, as AB Radicals really wants to push them down. No one wants them to catch up on that #1 spot. But let's check out Blue Walls, and not only that, Tactical Index, who is on fire, might be put in a blaze later on, because a lot of teams are just waiting for them to come down.
There are 3 squads in this single house. As you can see, they don't have any more space to win each other. MAB just was able to take down one of the guys of that squad opposing them. MAB and IJ battling it out. 3 elims for MAB. Sugar still alive. Adam is still here. And they have to get out of this mess right now. The blue zone's onto them. ITX is already flying out of this house. AVR are here as well with the guys of our Yudo Axis. Sugar and this other guy Adam has to hold it out until later.
Yeah, they need to hold it out indeed, but Dikos has been taken down right now. Let's Go also taken out of this fight. Now, Tactical Intakes is the one team that both of MAB Esports and Ilustrados Juegos is waiting for, but they are being taken down, and Tactical Intakes eliminated by MAB Esports. Esports. Though it's only 2 left for this team. It is a 2v2 situation, but who's against them? Barba, the shotgun god, and Raymil, the sniper god of AB Radicals, going against Adam and Sugar. Let's see on how they can put Spice in this game. And speaking of Spice, Raymil just rushing in. Adam has been taken down, and as quickly as that, the moment they step in, AV Radicals takes another booyah.
AV Radicals did not give any moment for that opposing squad to reset, and they just took the booyah away from them.
That was
intense, man.
That was one heck of a game, because the final moment, like, it's just back-to-back engagement, and as well as even when we thought that AV Radicals is at a loss because they lost 2 of the players, how it ended up between Tactical Intex, Mab Esports, and Illustratus Wegos really hit me by surprise. But it's something that can be taken advantage. Again, AV Radicals is being tactical. Even if they have a chance to third, fourth party the engagement that's happening, they just back off because they know they're less players. They don't want the attention to be on them, and they don't want to be taken down. Thus, they waited for the perfect timing, and there's no other timing better than taking them or taking Mab Esports as they were recovering after that chaotic engagement in that compound.
These are good gameplays that we're seeing from AVR, and as well, I thought for a moment that it was ITX's moment to get the booyah, but MAB Esports was very patient, waiting for those other guys to just kill themselves or eliminate themselves, rather. So, man, it was so good for MAB Esports. They were very patient again, and after that, they were able to get those guys from the opposing teams, our IJ, and as well those guys from our
I think that was Tactical Intex, yes. So one thing really that will bring a lot of pressure, especially for those in Group B, is Group A, where AV Radicals is part of, will still be playing. Group B will be resting after the 2 matches, and then they will be back later on, if I'm not mistaken, if I am looking at the schedule correctly. But anyways, there's a lot. I mean, this is day number 2. And it feels like it's already day number 2 of the league stages, and it feels like it's already, the gameplay that we're seeing is already on the grand finals level. So I can't wait what more the top 12 will be offering later on, especially when a lot is already on the line. But AV Radicals, still salute to the AV Radicals team. They still manage to do what they do best. Get all those lays, all those elimination, even taking a booyah back to back, and I won't be surprised if they can do it for another 2 match.
Yep, and there's one more map that they were able to get a booyah from, and that I think is Nextera. So the next match, if I'm not mistaken, no, it's gonna be Alpine, right?
Yep.
So they have to pause for a bit. They have to pause getting the booyah, so hold your horses first. But man, AV Radicals doing the beating again for another map, because I was expecting that it's going to be only Bermuda that they're gonna get a booyah from, because again of the dropping point, the strip. But here in Purgatory, they were able to assess the field properly, assess every moment consistently, and that is the reason why they got the booyah.
Exactly. I mean, they also got a booyah from day number 1 of the week 1. That's the second match for Purgatory. So I think it feels like AV Radicals is treating this as their day number 1, where they got a lot of eliminations already, and probably, and this is just me guessing, by next week, probably day 1 or day 2, there's a little bit of rest coming from this guy. I won't be surprised if the Namo will be stepping out once again. He can back off already because of how it is in this matchup, where everything, the lead is already that high in this competition. So they need not to be pressured at this point. They have a huge lead. They have a lot of booyahs already. They tied up already against JPTNC, and they will just be chilling like a villain at this point, all throughout the league stages.
But JPTNC's points are maybe 3 matches away from AV Radicals. So most likely what they're gonna do is, since this they're still gonna play for match 3 and match 4, they would want to put some more fund with those points that they already have. A whopping 212 a while ago, plus 20-ish. That's going to be 234-ish. So, man. And that's what we're going to see with this overall stats that we have for that previously conducted match.
Yeah, we have 50 elimination. That is the average that we have in most of the games in this competition. Ramiel from AV Radicals with highest elimination of 7. Also, total of 44 headshots and 33,000 in the total damage. 8 only on the revival and 16 only on the rescue. Total knockdown is 69 in the glue wall. It went down a little bit. It's still higher than the 70 average that we're getting from every match. So again, this is just a few of the numbers, but if you take out everything else and you just look at the glue walls destroyed, it will already give you an idea that a lot of engagement has been happening in open grounds. Well, it's not just open grounds that glue wall is useful, but also in the compound, but that is where it is tactically being used. So we'll have to see a lot more, and I'm still crossing my finger though on the 100 glue wall destroyed. They might be showing it this time. I mean, again, ask and you shall receive.
Maybe on the next Bermuda map, brother. But right now, we are going to see who the most valuable player is. And that, I think, will be our highest eliminator. And that is Ramiel. There you go. Here we have Ramiel again with 7 eliminations. Damage of 3,067 and 32% on target percentage. So these are quite high for the numbers that he received, or maybe on target percent. This is 10% lower compared to the first week that he received, but for the elims it's 7. He's averaging 5-7 eliminations, and that is again AVR's Ramiel.
Yep, exactly. And let's check out the team MVP for this match. And no surprise, it is AV Radicals. 9 on the elimination, though. It's going low in terms of elimination, but doesn't matter. I think they are contented with what they have in terms of how much point they get for each match. They have a Booyah in a total of 21. They have a 6,000 in damage and 4 assists. So they hang back a little bit. I guess it's because 2 of the players has been taken down in there from the battle against TFC, which slowed down their approach for more of the elimination in this matchup.
Yeah, most likely what they're doing is we have to just chill in the first parts of the game and just see what's going to be the status of the next circles. And that's what they did. They prioritized getting inside the circle and just getting some kill steals from the next from the other squads there. And the damage is just enough for them to survive.
Yeah, and let's check out the match standings for the previous. We know that AV Radicals is in there with the 21 points. Well, let's see what the other teams has. Tactical Index in there. I guess their effort is paying off. They have a total of 18 points, 10 on the eliminations, and 8 on the rank. Mab Esports right here. Not too bad, though, for Mab Esports because they have a lot of eliminations, especially on the final moment, taking down Ilustrados Juegos as well as Tactical Index, and they managed to get the second place as well. You do access right now in here with the 13 total points. Ilustrados Juegos with only 11, Sem9 with 10, TFC Esports with 6, 5 for JPTNC, and they're still a loss right now and getting high on that leaderboard. And Freedom MY with 4 this time. Tokda lang unfortunate for them after the elimination that they had for a few players. They were taken out as well. Todak, on the other hand, only got a 1 in terms of rank points, and Project X Gaming, even if they survived earlier, they didn't get any points. And there we have it. It's just the match standings. In a bit, we're going to see how much it affected the overall standings of everyone, especially for those in Group A and B, because B will be resting. And as you mentioned, funds and investment could have been or should have been done already in these matches. Otherwise, they cannot catch up, especially as they are resting into the next two match.
Yup, and right now you're seeing the overall standings for our matches. AV Radicals getting 233 points, 190 for our JPTNC. But as you mentioned, they're going to rest for a while for the next two games that we'll have. So our Farang at top number 4 will have that chance to get ahead from our JPTNC again. But on our third spot is Ilustradas Juegos with 170, 153 for Expand, Sem9 having 152, 130 for Yudo, Axis Todak having 123 points, 115 for Tactical Intex or ITX, Geek Slate with 103, Freedom MY with 103 as well, 97 for Tok Dalang, Quick Reactions with 95, 89 for MAB Esports, TFC Esports 88. Unfortunately for Project X Gaming, they stayed at 81, 73 for Nova, Pando EWG with 67. So the next matches will ignite what our Pando can do, since Project X Gaming might be stopping or resting for 2 games as well.
Yep, exactly. And this is one of the things that the teams can be taking advantage of. The other teams who are, well, not doing that well, really, in
Yeah.
some instances of the map. And if they have good plan of approach, they will be able to gather a lot of points, whether it's placement or elimination. And I sure hope that everyone can take what Tactical Intex is doing. Though, yes, at some point they are being taken out early, but they're showing a lot of effort. They're showing a lot of, I would say, initiative in getting onto
Yes.
the gunfight, because it even pays off. It gives them a few of the elimination point, but unless you're taken out early, then that's where you are lost. But B will be resting right now, and it's time for
Yeah.
our Group C. And who's on Group C? We have a Geek Slate who has taken one booyah from yesterday, and I guess that is the only team who has a new, or the ones who are getting new booyahs from this week, who will be moving in on Group C, and they will be joined by Group A, which also include Sem9, Todak, Tokdalang is in there from yesterday. They also
Yeah.
got a Booyah, and even AV Radical. So I guess to make it clear, if I'm making it confusing for you, the schedule will show you what is offered by the next maps.
Yup, and again, Group AC are going to take Alpine and Nextera for the next matches that we're going to have. B is going to rest, but they're going to come back for the matches at Bermuda and a random map that we'll be having later on as well after 2 rest from this players from Group B. So, again, Group C is going to come in hot, or maybe Group A is still hot as well, because AV Radicals has been dominating this one. They're still gonna play, so Group C, who's just gonna come in new, should be careful.
Yeah, they need to be careful, but based on the numbers, statistics, Farang and Geek Slate, both from Group C, has huge advantage in terms of Alpine map. So they have one each of the Booyah. Not only that, they have a lot of elimination points as well, especially for Farang, who's making good way of placing themselves a little bit better compared to Geek Slate. If we look at our rankings for this map, for all the games played, all the scores gathered in Alpine, AV Radicals is only 4th in this ranking, but it's very close to Sem9, who's currently in number 3. So as we look later on onto the match, we're going to give you something for you to have in this competition, because if you stay tuned and wait for the code, you have a chance to get, or you will be getting, the Pop-Pow avatar in this season, in this broadcast. And this is just one of the Pop-Pow collection in this season. So hopefully you stay peeled in your screens, whatever you're watching, the PC desktop or a PC laptop, or your phones or any other device, make sure that you stay tuned, listen to our voice, and thank you again if you're listening. If you're not muting us, at least we're you're enjoying the job that we're doing. And well, just wait for the code. And also, not only that, the other teams who are showing here. But before we go to break, any words that you have and any other details that you want to point out before we jump into a quick break?
Well, if the other players from Group C are watching how AV Radicals is doing, if they want to get the booyah for the next matches, they should get away from AV Radical, or maybe they can go with them and give them a beating, and so that they can reset as soon as they can, because again, revival system is on. They can still use that, but it's a gamble that they have to do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's very difficult if you want to challenge a team who has 130 already in elimination in this competition. But we'll have to see as to who will be taking the challenge. But right now, there's no challenge right now. In a few seconds, we're going for a quick break. Neptune and Horizon will be back when we return. Group A and C will be fighting. So see you soon.
The King have returned.
It's only the champions, Big Fam. We have who managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International. Players of AV Radicals get the ball.
Born into a scientist family, Alvaro lost his mother due to a laboratory explosion. The disaster granted him the power of the magic cube. Since then, Alvaro possesses the ability to create explosions, but at the cost of amnesia. In his battle with Homer, Alvaro's power was awakened, enabling him to save his best friend Capella. Awakened character, Alvaro, Rage Blast. Art of Demolition. When this skill is equipped, the throwing damage of throwables are enhanced. Split Blitz. Apart from the original skill's basic effects, your grenade can now reach a wider range and deal more damage. After awakening, Alvaro can split his grenade into smaller pieces. Skill combination, Super Grenade, Alvaro and Beastin. With a pet that increases throwing distance, grenades can be a severe threat to opponents. Create explosions with Awakened Alvaro in the new patch.
Survivor, Hardball backs out, and yet another player from the side of Lowdown. Finals up with Geek Fam. They're 22 points behind them, but Kid Angel.
The king has returned.
It's only the champions, Geek Fam. Who managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International. Players of AV Radicals get the booyah of the finals.
Welcome back to MCPS Majors Season 5. I am Horizon and I'm together with Neptune. We have witnessed Groups A and B battle and now we are heading to the matches between our Groups A and C. Based on our groupings, AV Radicals, Sem9, Todak, Top Dalang, Tactical Intex, and MAB Esports are in Group A. Do you agree that this 4 consecutive games tire out the players, or is it the other way around? Do they get heated up from the adrenaline rush brought by this setup?
Well, it seems like they're still in the momentum, especially for Group A. But the other teams from Group A are being caught off guard, especially with the rotation they have. Same problem that they have from yesterday and when they were in the initial group. So hopefully they can fix that, as well as they are going to challenge or be challenged by the well-rested Group C, wherein Parang and Geek Slate will be in here. And as we know, the map of Alpine is one of the forte of both of teams, Parang and Geek Slate. Sem9 from Group A is on third in terms of ranking them in this map, and they will be followed by AV Radicals. But those in the bottom, especially as you pointed out at the start of competition or start of the previous match, Pando EWG really needs to make a lot of points because currently they only have 1 point in terms of all the maps or matches they played in the Alpine map.
Although Alpine is always just played once and then it's going to depend on the random map selector, Pando EWG still has to get a move on with what they're planning to do, right? Since they're one of, again, the invited teams that we have, most likely they're hopefully preparing for something more.
Yeah, I mean, we just want to see a lot more. But for those of you who are waiting for more, we have in here the giveaway code for the Pop-Pow avatar. It is MCPSS5KS. FSR4. And there we have it. Once again, it's MCPS S5 KSFSR4. I saw KS in there, and I've seen a lot of kill steal being done earlier, so that's why I paused a little bit in that code. But anyways, this is from us to you, especially for those giving out support in all the platforms that we are live right now. And please, in return, we are only asking that you like and share the stream, and also get your friends to watch this as well, because similar to what we've seen earlier on Group A and B, a lot more is in store for MCPS Season 5 once Group C jump into this fight.
And that again will be at Alpine. Match number 3 will be conducted here. Again, AV Radicals with their unfamiliar, I would say, map, and having Farang and Geek Slate playing on with them for now, and a new set of other players since this is Group C. Will AV Radicals maintain their aggressiveness or maintain their, the focus that they're doing? Again, with the code a while ago, it's KS. They have been doing that a while ago because they have a lot of kills, and it's a tactic that they're doing since since our matches started. They are very much aware of all the people battling around them, and when those people are resetting, they rush as soon as they hear the gunshots stop, so that they can get those guys.
Yeah, exactly. And when in terms of elimination, I mean, we have on the top 6 on elimination, we have 3 of the players from AV Radicals. This really proves to show that it's not just one guy who's making the work in terms of eliminating other of the teams. And this really shows up when it comes onto the leaderboards earlier. That's a total of 130 in terms of elimination, very close to 50 already, and with between the gap of elimination of AV Radicals as well as JPTNC. So not only that, we also have X-Roy who will be jumping in here, part of Group C of Expand, and hopefully X-Roy will be able to put in or trickle down his eliminating power to the rest of the team so that they can move up a little bit further into the leaderboard. But in a bit, we're going to see the game start in Alpine. And what we know of in terms of historical record is we have 2 of possible hot drops that's happening. It's Sem9 and AV Radicals in Snowfall, or in the northern or northwestern part of the map, and Tokdalang as well as Tactical Intex in Militia. And from what we've seen in Tactical Intex, they will not be backing off in this Militia drop.
Yes, we have seen it yesterday. They was able to get those away from, Militia. They were able to win that battle yesterday. And again, 20 seconds remaining before we see that again. So, but based on what's happening, Tactical Intex, they are very aggressive as of the moment. They have been doing well compared to the past matches that we've already concluded, and that is 5 seconds away. If we'll see if they're gonna do it as well.
Yeah, and let's see if the flight path is very good once again, because so far in every match there's only a few instances wherein it's not in the middle. But there you have it, from the docks towards Ocean View, again cutting the map in the middle, gives a good dropping points from everyone else. But as you can see, Railroad right now is being dropped by Todak as well as Sem9. This is probably where the targeting is happening, because that first few teams who are going for the early engagement elimination is bound to happen. And there you go, we have Zen OP going for that takedown, but Zen OP also being taken down, and it is Sem9 who's getting a lot of those eliminations. Zen OP has the potential to be picked up, and he was. It's now a 4v2 situation. Thus, Todak will be running away from the Railroad.
And Sem9 did not pushed them. So wait up, wait up. There's one more guy from Todak here, and that is Spark. He was, left here by one of his teammates. They have to go to that real. Oh, there you go. Spark wasn't able to get away from the sights of Fikri of Sem9 with 2 eliminations under their name, and then it will be 3 later on if the other guy bleeds out. Spark is now bleeding out. AMZ, I think Sem9, that the reason why they did not fully eliminate that one guy from Todak is because they're trying to look for that one guy again from Todak who is now already very far away from this compound. So they have to chill. They have to chill for now. They have to loot some more and just prepare for some other players who's to come to their place.
Yeah, I mean, just surprisingly that this Sem9 is the team that needs to chill, wherein Todak has chill on their side. I'm talking about TDK chill. But the battle's happening right now in here. Quick reaction going against Expand, and we'll have to find out who is going to win this battle. Expand still has 4 of the members, but the damage being done. X-Roy will be hit by Skip Tobin. There's no skipping a beat right now as they go in for the rush. Quasi, previously known as Chessman, is in. Go for the shot, and Cobra, the close quarter Battle King, will be taken down as well with a shotgun, and this leads the rest of Expand to once again move out. And it's a similar pattern, but as we can see, Too Fast is a little bit too fast in buying back X-Roy, because I guess X-Roy and the rest of the teammates is really important. They are integral in bringing back, and it has been divided right here on who's bringing back who, as Cobra will be also brought back using that revive area. So we also saw a little bit on the kill feed of a battle earlier on, because so far one team has been eliminated or early into this fight, and this is what we love about reshuffles just like this. It's treated being the first day of the competition. A lot of engagement, a lot of really aggressiveness in terms of game style, because they want, or they don't have any idea just yet as to where the other teams will be dropping. Early engagement is possible to happen, and this is where they want to take advantage to get all those elimination points.
Yup, and that's what we saw a while ago. There are a lot of players who are together. There are a lot of squads who are together, but now they are now spreading out. The blue zone is already on the move. AVR are just looting pretty here at Snowfall. I think this is not their usual. Oh, it is. It is their usual drop point. Sem9 is not here anymore as of the moment. So Kaitu with the rest of the gang just move on to Militia, and definitely is because the circle shifted here, or maybe this is somewhat in the middle part of our next circle, so it's all good. It's gonna be all good for our AV Radicals as they again position themselves at the somehow at the 3/4 when it comes to the radius of our next circle. But Nova here participating for this match number 3 doesn't have anyone with them, which is good, so that they can loot a lot of things. But there you go. I would like to be corrected there. This is Stock Dalang with Nova, and most possibly they're gonna engage Nish, throwing some shots to the guys of our Tok Dalang here. Tachi is going to think of ways on how they will move away from here, because I was thinking, what is he doing? So he's looking at the movement of the Nova guys, and Nova guys did not push through. So most likely it's either they're gonna move out because that's what they're doing right now, or maybe they're gonna flank. But then again, it depends on what their usual gameplay is. We're just 5 minutes in the game, so most likely they don't want any unusual or unneeded eliminations here.
Yeah, right? Exactly. Yeah, Nova right now is currently in the 17th spot, so they don't want to be eliminated early. They're not really doing well in eliminations as well, so they want to survive a little bit further. There's a lot of blue walls being laid already and the flank being done. But one thing about Tokdalang is they are not just focusing into one direction. They want to go for the flank as well, and this is what Siahid is doing. So trying to box out all the exit, whether it's left or right, for Nova right now. But it's a good thing that Nova is also sticking together, so they can go back far, far away to where they came from on the Garrison side, and they might be able to survive, but Rails will be taken down, or Riles will be taken down in there. And the glue wall, it's a good thing to be laid out, who will give them a little bit of coverage, but they need to defend themselves as well because there's a lot of gunfight as well as angle being taken by Tokdalang right now that can catch them off guard. Nish right now, nade thrown at them. Good timing by Shahid to get away, and shots on the other side to distract them. But it's 1v2 situation. There goes Shahid being taken down. This might be what Nova is waiting for, but unfortunately for them, Bad is also down for the count, and 3v2 situation is what Nova has to face.
Even though Nova has a good tactic of backing down, they were still damaged and are remaining with 2 members, while Tokdalang still has 4, even though they get... And there you go! Ooh. As soon as that, Nova was eliminated, and that is because of the movements of Tokdalang. And, you know, it was so good that Nova was able to defend themselves, but it's the aggressiveness that Tokdalang was showing that made them win with that. But anyway, Hazik was taken down. He was in the open area, and what was he doing? He was running out open, and the other guys are here from EWG. This is Manchai with 1 kill already, and that definitely came from that one guy taken down a while ago, Geek. I think they were not aware that there's some guys here lurking around the area that they're in.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that they were caught by surprise by Pando EWG, but the quickness of what Geek Slate is doing, they were able to get back and take down 2 of the players of Pando EWG, thus forcing them to back out. And 2 was right now on the vehicle, I think, heading over to revive the rest of the teammates. Now, this is a problem that we're seeing from Pando EWG. The firepower is a little bit lacking on their side, thus they're not surviving a little bit longer in this gunfight and bringing them lower and lower in the leaderboard. Well, there's no other lower part than 18 spot, but they are in there at the bottom, and they really need to do a lot of catching up because they're 31 points, or they need 31 points to get to the top 12 if in case those above them from 13 to 17 will be taken out early and not get a lot of points. But speaking of points, quick reaction right now, they have the 2 eliminations points already after the battle that they have against Expand, and they're still waiting for this battle to ensue as X-Roy and Cobra, they went back, or they just flew back from the revive flight, and they're just waiting for that opportunity once again. This might be some of the tactics of the teams, waiting for the teams to get revived and then finish them off later on, thus increasing their chances of moving up the leaderboard.
Yup, and moving up the leaderboard as well as our Sem9, but the problem is right now they can be gate-kept by the guys in front of them. They are staying at the outskirts of the circle, and as what you saw a while ago, there were 3 squads in front of them, so it might be difficult for them to move in anymore, and that is what's happening as well with the Todak guys. Still just stopped right in front of this guy from Farang, and there you go, 1 guy down, another guy taken down by Alif, again coming from Farang, and Todak with 0 eliminations is down with 1 last guy, and that is Pedro. He's gonna loot. Is he gonna loot? And there you go, he's eliminated from the game, and that again is courtesy of Farang.
Pedro just went YOLO in there. I'm the only guy remaining. I just want to take it out who took down my teammates. But unfortunately for them, Farang is well prepared to battle them in that situation. Now with the vehicles, they can move up and meet up with the rest of Farang right here. And imagine, it's only 2 players from Farang who just went against Todax. And the 2 players who went ahead already, especially for those on the buy area on the minimap, might be meeting some of the players of Tokdalang. But Tokdalang is well prepared and well equipped as well because they went through a few of their airdrops, and we'll have to find out as to who will be surviving this, because not only is the teams the challenge for them, they need to cross this small river, and the bridge is already being covered by Geek Slate.
Yep, but right now on our screen is our ITX, and thus what we have seen for the past matches, ITX has been doing well when it comes to firepower, and right now Geek are trying to find a way to cross this bridge, flanking out, and there you go. ITX might be prioritizing getting inside of the circle or maybe getting that higher spot compared to Geek, and that is what just happened. Definitely they're trying to get the guys of Geek. There's no getting away, but Hazik, I think, has other options. They're gonna fly away from here and they're gonna flank with their vehicles. But let's go to another engagement with Sem9 with this other squad of quick reaction newbie. As what we have seen from the matches before, he's been doing particularly well with shotguns as well, but they're down with 2 last members while QR is still complete. 4 eliminations, the momentum is there, the height advantage is there. Noob was taken down by Kwasi of Quick Reaction.
Yeah, quick reaction right now doing well, especially in elimination part. They are not being taken down early into this battle. X-Pan is not far behind, but they are focusing on AV Radicals, who is just driving in there on the compound. Sem9 right now, only no key, who might be the only guy. There goes the rush, and Sem9 with a backstab and a pinch. Being done by quick reaction. This is a new quick reaction that we're seeing a little bit more of aggressiveness coming from them. And again, we're looking back into day number 1, wherein quick reaction is doing well in eliminating a lot of teams. Good thing they recovered well as in this fight, because X-Pan just crashes through them. But who survives? We'll have to find out. X-Roy will be in here. It's a good thing the time turner will be able to pull out just in time for them to defend. And there goes Cobra. Close Quarter King is back and doing all the slaying with the help of X-Roy. They might be taking out quick reaction in this matchup.
I thought that this was really a good game for quick reactions, but it was the other good game that we're talking about. It was Expand, who's gonna take their time getting the guys of quick reactions, as one more guy from quick reaction is running for his life. Problem is, brother, ITX is in front of them, and Too Fast is here chasing him, and he doesn't know that he's just on the other side of the boulder, just where Too Fast is at. Oh man, did he see just him? Oh man, and quick reactions is eliminated just like that, brother.
And I thought he will be able to survive because the focus is not on him. The focus is on the other team. But unfortunately, they have been spotted as well, not only by X-Pan, but also by Pando EWG. Pando EWG really asking or needing a lot of those points. But unfortunate for them, they met up with X-Pan, who might be able to eliminate them. And not only that, Tactical Intex will be helped. But Monito, up close and personal with the shotgun, takes down and eliminates the whole squad of Tactical Intex. Monito right now will be hiding off in there from a tree, being taken by the blue as X-Pan moves up to higher ground. And we are now left with 6. But as you can see in the minimap, our safe zone, our play zone, is getting smaller, and it's very small to find an opening. Especially there's a little bit of water in there as well. But as we fight or look at the fight of Geekpam and Parang, we'll have to see as to who survived, because Pando EWG is not surviving in this battle.
Geek is here with the guys of Top Dalag, and they were just eliminated as well. Farang is here, guys, and there you go. Hazik was taken out as well. Yasta was taken out by Geek's Slate.
Farang,
Farang was... Oh, man.
I
I'm
was
lost
so
for words.
Farang was in there. They were fish in a barrel, and Geek Slate is just shooting at them. They managed to survive, and I don't know what happened. I mean, the Angels of Farang really is protecting them, but unfortunately for them, they will be cutting the wings of the Angels as X-Pan just go and fight them from a distance. But up close and personal might be the challenge of AV Radicals and X-Pan, because they need to cross over, as AV Radicals already have this compound, and X-Pan right now will be moving in from the ground floor. So the top 2 teams, once again, AV Radicals and X-Pan, and AV Radicals might be getting another booyah. That will depend on how X-Pan will be defending themselves in this fight.
Everyone is lost for words while Xpan is moving in the compound being taken by AVR. And there you go, Kaito. 2 guys from our Xpan are taken down, and another guy. We're down to 1v3 situation with a trade knockoff, and Xpan has been taken out of the game, and AV Radicals again took the booyah.
Back to back to back. That is what AV Radicals has to offer. I mean, Grand Slam already just for this day, and they really want to show that they're not just, well, they are killing, they are the eliminators in this match, but not only that, they can tie it off with the placement point with the booyah. So it's the balance is in there already. AV Radicals is proving that they are a force that cannot be moved from that #1 spot. So we'll have to find out who can challenge them, but I'm praying for those who are bold enough to challenge them, because so far a lot is trying, but no one from this day have succeeded just yet.
Yes, and that again is AV Radicals all the way from the Philippines with 3 booyahs already from this day alone.
Exactly, like exciting. A lot of engagement that has been happening. Surprises I'll be thrown into. I like to see in this area as well, or in this highlights as well, how Farang managed to survive the rush of Geek Slate. Or I might be just mistaking them or switching them up, but this is where Todak has been eliminated because of a little bit of courage from Pedro that is off as well. He just rushed in, and he have the double pistol in hand.
For a while, I thought he was gonna loot, man.
But I'm just waiting for the side wherein we see Geek Slate go against Farang. This is what I'm talking about. It's Geek Slate who is going against Farang. It's already in this barrel, but the response of Farang just took down 3 in there from that moment. But again, I don't want to take this away from AV Radicals. AV Radicals has took 3 booyahs already and is about to break the record of the number of booyahs that can be taken within a day. JPTNC is one of the teams who they're tied off because they got 3 in one day already, but back to back to back is something that AV Radicals might be showing us. Another one in this Alpine map would be, or in this Nextera map would be the answer, because we know and mentioned earlier Nextera is one of the forte of AV Radicals.
All right, we'll see about that. If that is the case, AV Radicals again taking 3 booyahs already, and they're left with 1 more match for this afternoon. Have you seen how they played it out for the last circle? They were doing that for the past matches.
Yeah.
Some other guys were battling around the area, but they're not doing anything. They're thinking, should we be here or should we move? Should we go to the next compound or what? But they just did that. They saw all the guys going down, and they just flew their bullets out to them, man. And that's what made them win.
Exactly. I mean, one thing is for sure, I think the goal here for AV Radicals is to get the booyah, really. Like, we saw how the elimination is dwindling down earlier for each map. 11 and then 9. I won't be surprised if it will be lower this time, because before the battle happened between Expand, they only have 2 elimination on their hand, and that would end up as 6 in terms of total elimination just for this match. So it is going down. They're focusing more of a placement, and I guess I don't know, they're just showing off that they can do placements as well, apart from just being the terminators of this league circuit.
I think this is a testing phase for them, for all the things that they can do, and definitely this is already a test for the grand finals that they're doing, since okay, for this game we're gonna go for the kills, okay, for next game we're gonna go for the placement. So I think that's what's happening, man. That's what they're doing. And will they be able to do that with Nextera? And again, Next Era is a very unpredictable map for me, as we have seen different, again, complicated things that's happening, this positioning of the circle, circle, also all this road circuitry that we have for Nextera again. So will we see another booyah coming from AV Radicals, or will it be the other people who took some booyahs from Nextera from before?
Well, Farang is one of the team. It is possible because currently, if I'm looking correctly, they have a potential of being in the number 3, or they are still number 3, but still maintaining that. And if in case they do well compared to AV Radicals, they can catch up. JPTNC is not really doing any points, especially for the 2 matches that they are resting. So with the 10, with the I think that was 16 points that they had below JPTNC. And then after this match, they will be able to catch up in there and get the number 2. But with how much lead AV Radicals already had in the 3 booyahs that they've taken, it's becoming, I couldn't say impossible, but difficult for the team to, I mean, it might be, but it would depend on the luck and performance as well. But it's really difficult because they need to catch up through a lot of points. But let's check out the overall stats from that Alpine map, and let's see how much damage has been done. 53 on eliminations right there, averaging the 50 that we often have. And it is Expand Cobra who has the highest elimination, 5 in total. Total headshots of 78 and 3,500 on a total damage. Revival would be 10, and the rescues only 6. So not so much help has been done in these matches. 63 on the knockdown, and the glue wall destroyed is 87. So I guess there's no turning back to that 70 mark as the lowest or the average, because as we can see, time over time, it's just moving up and down in here between 170 and a glue wall destroy. But I like to see how the matchup happened. And even if AV Radicals has the booyah already on their side, is that enough to beat Expand? Because as we saw earlier, the MB or the highest skill has been taken by Expand.
Yep, and that is because of Cobra having 5 eliminations here for the team Expand. So that's what we're going to see on the next slide. Because again, placing second still gives you a lot of placement points, and knowing that AV Radicals didn't do much, I would say, for when it comes to eliminations. Most likely Cobra can take the first spot. But before again we head on to that, we are gonna see the most valuable player for that recently concluded match, and that is still Cobra from Expand with 5 eliminations, 1,364 damage, and 31% on target percentage. And as you can see, 1,364 damage is a little bit low compared to the average that we're seeing from the matches that we already had. 31% is as well a little bit low, but there you go. Most likely this 5 eliminations came from the final moments of that last circle.
Yeah, exactly, because we saw Cobra being eliminated early, being revived back into play, and that's one reason why they didn't do that much in terms of elimination. But there's no question, Expand did well in there. A lot of engagement that they won, but not the final. But they still managed to get 10 in there on the elimination, plus the 9 that they have on the placement. That makes them the team MVP with 19. So I guess the calculation is right earlier when I assume that AV Radicals only have 2 plus the 4 who's coming in, so it's a total of 6 plus the booyah, so they're low or below the match point that Expand has. They have though Expand have though close to 7,000 in damage, so I guess it's close to the average that we have. The assist also helps them in managing all those elimination, but in a bit we're going to see on really what happened in terms of numbers for the story between these 2 teams. So Expand will be in the top 1, I believe, and then followed by AV Radicals, who got the booyah but didn't get as much elimination compared to Expand. Let's see the match standings right now, and there you have it, 19 and 18. Expand will be on that number 1 horizon.
Right, and expand again, having 19 points, 1 point ahead of AV Radicals, 16 points for Farang. Geek Slate having 13, 10 for Tok Dalang Pando EWG with 9, 9 as well until Tactical Intex and Quick Reactions here. Sem 9, sadly, although they performed really well, had 5 only, 1 point goes to Nova and Todak. MAB Sports, and again, this one is unfortunate for this guys, having no points that they can gather rather for that past match. So knowing and seeing this difference with AV Radicals and Expand, do you think kill points matter, or should you really go for the placement?
Well, again, it's so dynamic that you can play with elimination points to a certain level, but if you can survive longer and get the highest in terms of ranking points, then it's really relative to each other. So if you're surviving a little bit longer, there's a possibility that you can see a lot of teams who are only 2 or probably 1 left, and it adds up to all of your elimination points. But let's check out how it changes, if it changes, our overall standings. 251 for AV Radicals compared to JPTNC, who haven't played really in this 2 maps, of 190. So that's 61 points already lead, and Farang is 10 points behind JPTNC. So that's 71 points against Farang. So it's making it difficult really to catch up and pull down the AV Radicals of number 1. Expand in there was able to move in as well. 8 points difference between Farang, and they're doing well in terms of balancing both rank points as well as elimination points. Ilustrados Huegos, who was part of the previous group, which is B, will not be moving as well. Sem9 slowly moving up. Udo Axis in there with 130 in number 7. Tactical Intex in number 8. And Todak in number 9 Horizon.
Yup, and for number 10, that's going to be 116 for Geek Slate, 107 for Tok Dalang, 104 for Quick Reactions, Freedom with 103, 89 for MAB Esports, 88 for TFC Esports, Project X Gaming, 81, 76 for Pando EWG, and Nova with 74 total points. And that is the overall standings we have for until our match number 3, which is which was done in Alpine. So next up is going to be next era or next era that we have. So will we see another next era moves coming from the squads? Because I am actually particular with Expand. We've seen a different guy with our MVP slide a while ago. It was not X-Roy, all right? So I was
Cobra.
expecting Yeah, it was Cobra. So X-Roy was the one who got the MVP title from last time. Yeah. Will they be able to continue this momentum that they have? Because again, I think they're hungry for kills. While AV Radicals are very hungry for placement as of the moment. Will they be able to do just that in next era? That's what we're going to see for the next match.
Well, we do have to find out, because compared to the previous map, Expand really is not doing that well in terms of next era. And out of the 12 teams who will be playing this time, it's Farang who have a better advantage, even compared to AV Radicals. So I won't be surprised if AV Radicals will be targeting to get that booyah once again, regardless of how many elimination points they have. What they want really is to show up in here and get 4 booyahs out of 4 matches that they play for today. So let's see if they can pull it through right now with this approach, because this will really be amazing and will bring AV Radicals to a different level. We've hyped them up so many times already, and I guess they are being bored of hearing that they're only eliminators in each match. They want to hear as well that they can deal with a lot of placement in all the competition that they jump into.
Most likely they want to be featured in our team highlights twice, because in the first before we started this second week, they have been there. It's just that it's because they're at the top spot, but not because they got a lot of booyahs. It was JPTNC who has the most booyahs as of until our first week. So most likely what they want is to see themselves twice. What do you think?
Well, it is. It might be. It might be. I mean, I need to talk to some of the players or probably manager of AV Radicals and get their thoughts. But regardless of what it is, I'm still amazed. I'm still surprised of what AV Radicals has made themselves in here. Because as I mentioned, from when they put on the Radical brand, they have been in there amazing us with all their gameplays, different gameplays compared to the others. And this is more of them really improving against themselves, not really comparing themselves against the other team, just comparing themselves against themselves. And this is a better team compared to what we've seen from the previous season. So as a plight right now will be again cutting the map in half. Well, no surprise, Intellect Center will be the drop of AV Radicals. Let's see if Sem9 will be challenging them as well, because we know that they did that before. But the question is, with the 3 booyahs that AV Radicals has, is there still a calculated risk that they can take? I think Sem9 is already moving out, but who's moving in towards them? It is Nova. So this is what excites me in next Terra map. A lot of early engagement that will be happening. Not only that, another team in here from the lower side, Geek Slate and Quick Reactions.
This again is the battle between Quick Reactions and Geek Slate. And we have seen Quick reactions for our last match, and they were able to get those guys who just managed to drop with the same place that they dropped a while ago. But as of the stats, this is their usual dropping point, or it's not their usual dropping point. It is Geek Slate's dropping point. So it's QR who just went here in the location of our Geek Slate. And right now, they're still finding each other, looking for a way out of this area as of the moment. And Geek Slate is around the guys of our Quick Reactions. So hopefully, they're all well packed up. APs from our Geek Slate has sights on the guys of our Quick Reactions, and based on this, Quick Reactions location can be pinned down easily by the guys of our Geek Slate.
Yeah, I'll have to find out. And one possible reason why Quick Reactions ended up in here, though this is not part of their usual dropping point, is because this is where the high tier loot area is. So that's one thing that's readable and anticipated for Quick Reactions. And this was previously the dropping statistics or strategy of AV Radicals. So I'm just quite surprised that AV Radicals is not doing that anymore. And it is Quick Reactions who's doing that into play. But the battle is not yet happening. And like what I mentioned earlier, if nothing is happening within 30 seconds or 1 minute and you're already looted up, it's time for you to pack and move out of this area, because you might be losing a lot of potential damage against other teams, especially from what we're seeing from Pando EWG going against Tokdalang. Not only that, Nova is also in the battle against Sem9. So we'll have to find out if all of those battles will continue. But Too Fast is getting bored of the chase and wants to get on those elimination. There goes the knockdown. But let's see if Geek Slate will be able to catch up in here, because it is a 3-team battle right now in this area of I think this is Grab Labs that they're taking.
Yes, and again, it was a third party kill coming, or maybe knock coming from our team Expand, because they were not here a while ago. Too Fast is now too fast to move out. There are some engagements happening, and we just saw from our screen that Nova is now the team leader when it comes to kill, and Too Fast just went back in. QR is now resetting, but the problem is with our Geek, they are spreaded. 1-2 split. Yes, that just was taken down as well, most likely by Too Fast with that guy, and there we have our Expand as well. Another engagement outside of that building, and there you go. He's taken down. Don't you go in front of me, because you're going to receive a good beating. And that again is Expand with the aggressiveness that they were showing since the start that they are here. Expand was able to get 3 eliminations already.
Yep, 3 eliminations right now, and well, it was a patience gameplay for Expand,
Yes.
I would say. Geek Slate is the ones who knocked through the doors, and they were just surprised that two teams are in here. But finally, the battle is ensuing between Quick Reaction as well as Expand. But I love how Grab Labs is working right now. I mean, you jump and you're jumping twice, or if not, 4 times your usual height, and this is throwing off some of the tactics as well as the aim of the other teams. But let's see if they can put in damage right now. 2 eliminations for the side of Quick Reactions. A few more can give them Expand, but as soon as they get eliminated, X-Roy that quick bring them back onto the revive. But Cobra, it will need to wait and see as to where Quick Reactions will be moving. Otherwise, they might be caught off guard. But I think they missed that opportunity already because Quick Reactions is already out in the area and X-Roy is the ones targeting them.
There's still one guy inside of that building. That's Kwasi, and he is giving X-Roy a hard time. And then with that glue wall, which was taken down, Kwasi was able to take that one guy down from Expand and Cobra with the rebound. Cobra, don't you eliminated my teammate. All right, that is Cobra telling the guys of our QR. But right now, Sem9 is here as well. Sem9, who'd like to third party this guy's noob, is here as well with a shotgun that he's very much capable of using. Has 3 eliminations already. But right now, QR are very far away from the battle that was happening a while ago. And right now as well, Expand will need to revive his teammates. This is the Axel using the revival system.
Yeah, love what Grab Labs is offering right now. It's like,
Yeah.
new challenger coming, and another team will be coming in. Like we saw Geek Slate in there, now Sem9, but unfortunate for the side of Quick Reaction, they didn't get as much as possible in terms of elimination. Kwasi will be returning in here from the revive, but let's see if AV Radicals right now has 4 eliminations, so there's a good investment already. We just don't have any visibility as to who they challenge or who challenged them earlier, but let's see on how well they will be able to make this play because they are on the blue right now. It's a little bit too far. They need to go through Farmtopia towards Zipway if they want to be in the middle of the next circle. And as we can see, Tactical Intex, the aggressiveness is still on them, but they are challenging Tok Dalang, who is still a complete squad. So positioning wise, they need to be smart because there's a lot of openings as well, regardless of how many compounds or covers you can take. Once you move out, especially if there is a sniper from a team, you can be taken down, similar to what we've seen from Decos right now. So it's a 3-man squad for Tactical Intex. Let's see if that affects the aggressiveness of this team.
Yeah, but right now we haven't seen any explosiveness coming from Tok Dalang. No, this is Todak right here, and another guy is battling with this guy's Oren can't move as of the moment. That's Amesy from Todak, and there you go. He was damaged, but with the glue wall, he was able to save himself. But no, that was a good call coming from Amesy of Todak.
Yeah, and Pedro for the backup as well, and a good response as well. So knowing that the damage has already been done for Tactical Intex, they just run through, and we saw Pedro earlier. I mean, he's the guy who cannot be scared in any moment. Regardless if he's all alone, he will be rushing in, but what more if they have a complete squad of Todak with him? Nades being thrown right now onto this compound. No knockdown happening just yet, but they have no choice as to rush everyone in this area. Chill right now, just chilling in the corner, just waiting, just to make sure that they don't or will not be eliminated that quickly. Not only that, they have good coverage as well from afar. So just in case 3 of the players of Todak fail, there's one who will be waiting on the other side, but no eliminations happening just yet. Just more of the damages that is easily being recovered by each of the team. Oh,
They are
I spoke too
inside
soon.
of the next circle, and it's all good. They can kill themselves or they can eliminate themselves. Todak is here, still complete. They are now dominating this one. It's a good split coming from our Todak because one guy is very far away off. There you go, surprise. Just like that, Todak was able to get that one guy, and he's not yet out. And there you go. Tactical Intex has been eliminated from the game, and that is the courtesy of Todak with a good split again. I just would like to reiterate that they had a good split. One guy is looking from afar while all those three guys are trying to succumb all those other players in that building.
And let's see, looking at the map right now, the Todak does have the building, but who's swarming in? It's AV Radicals at this point. So I guess they heard me earlier, and they were thinking, okay, Neptune is telling us that we're not that aggressive anymore. We're not the Terminator of the squad, and they want to show us that they can get a booyah probably, as well as get elimination and chill, as well as one more from Todak will be taken down up close and personal. Pedro takes down one of the AVR, and Pedro is not yet over, though he needs to go for the pickup, and all four players from Todak is back in play. Same goes for AV Radicals. No resting indeed. Everyone will be busy in this battle. As you know, we still have 10 teams fighting, but everyone else is focused on each other, especially Todak and AV Radicals.
Yes, battle after battle after battle, and that again is Todak. AVR is here. They want to take the guys out from Todak, but right now, there are also some other guys who's in the vicinity, but again, they have to focus on Todak because they are very persistent in taking these guys out. I think one guy from AVR was taken down from afar. It was Sem9 who was lurking around, and right now, Pedro is here. They're trying to heal up for now. 8 eliminations. They're blazing hot as of the moment, but AVR, I think they are now resetting since one guy, the Namo is down or out of the game already.
Yeah, let's see if they still will be managing to revive him and bring him back in this fight. But I think there will be a slowdown in the tactics of AV Radicals. They were able to escape that battle earlier and lost the Namo in the process. Barba is just going in for the slay, targeting Todak still. But on the other side, Todak is seeing a different group. This is Sem9, I believe, that they are targeting. No, this is quick. This is quick reactions that they're targeting at this point, and Sem9 as well. I was correct at that moment. What, as you can see, Pando Idaguchi will not be surviving this. Farang is just rushing towards MAB Sports, and everyone is in here, wants to farm a lot of elimination points.
There you go. MAB Esports was eliminated by the guys of Farang with the use again of shotgun, the supremacy. But what happened to Expand? They were taken out of the game. We don't know which specific team did that, but QR is with the guys of Todak. 2 guys remaining for our QR, and I think they'll be able to annihilate all the forces of Todak and Thurston. This guy's from Todak as well. I think they're down with the one last guy. That's Amesy, who's just trying to chill here. No, I can't get out yet. I need to save some placement points for the team, so I cannot really show myself. But AVR is back again with these things that they're doing. Sem9 is here. 2v2 situation for Sem9 as well. Our AVR, the back-to-back winners. Will they do that just again now?
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Barba just needs a little bit of picking up. And there goes Ramiel seeing one from afar. I mean, the focus of Ramiel right here, not just focusing on what's inside a compound, but they want to get as much elimination as possible. And I don't know if there's any coverage for the side of Ramiel. But speaking coverage, no covering from nades coming from Farang. As Tokdalang Yun has felt that. Yahid also feeling that. One left. Nuts right now is in here. And you have to be nuts to go against 4 players. Parang 11 on the eliminations already, and 5 teams remaining.
You can see the aggressiveness of AVR, but then again, there's Farang who's aggressive as well. Todak is still here, but they are just one guy remaining. But Farang has so good vantage point compared to these other teams, and they are still at the outskirts, at the edges of the circle. They have to move in later on because the next circle is gonna be in an open area, and this is where the glue walls will be. Handy Todak was taken down. The last guy, that was the last guy of Todak, and right now AVR is down to the last two guys. Ramiel was as well taken down, most likely by the blue zone, and Sem9 is still here. Two guys, and as far as I know, Sem9 knows where AVR is.
Yeah, I mean, they heard their footsteps. They know that someone is healing up and rotating, but it's not just Sem9 who will be in here. Farang is just heated up to get a lot of those eliminations, and Kaido and Ramiel tandem, both of them are snipers up close and personal. Let's see on how they will be able to survive here. Sem9 eliminated, and with the 3 teams, it might be a 2v3 against Farang, but where is the other member, the other player? It's just a solo player from Quick Reactions who's just probably waiting, like just rotating in there. Oh, Kaido has been taken out. So it's a 1v1v3 situation where Ramiel will be taken down by Spade, and Quick Reactions just chilling in there. Regardless, I got the 2nd place, but he might be able to do well with 1 more elimination. But backstab, indeed, literal backstab with the side from Farang, and Farang takes this booyah.
Did he just do that? Did he just do that? I saw that. We all saw that on our screen. Again, congratulations to Farang for taking the booyah for our match number 4.
Yeah, I mean, the teams of Farang really proves from previous season that they can do a lot of booyahs. It's just unfortunate for AV Radicals, though, that they went into gunfight after gunfight wherein they can be safe, wait for the other teams, and they can get the booyah in here, just proving us that they can get 4 consecutive booyahs. But no question, they're still in the top right there. Farang is a very, very close behind, and this will add up to what's needed for Farang to close the gap between them and AV Radicals. And as we look at the highlights right now, I really love to point out how well Nextera is ending up, especially with the engagement. So, like, I don't know. Green and Free Fire, can we have a tournament just for Nextera so that there will be a back-to-back of this like great engagement similar to what we've seen in here? So that's just my ask. Probably not for the MCPS, but a different tournament, just focus on this new map.
Because it's so good that the output or the outcome is always different. We've seen different outcomes from Nextera from yesterday and today. It has been so good to watch here at Nextera, again brought to us by Free Fire. That was Farang again with a lot of eliminations. Have you seen how many eliminations that they have? I think I saw 13 when it was not yet heated up, and it just goes up and up and up, and they just took the booyah. So that's gonna be a lot of points for the squad.
Exactly. I mean, 15 right now on our view, and they have probably an additional 3 points. So let's say 18 in total. 18 in total for the side of Farang in terms of elimination, plus the 12 that they get in placement. So I won't be surprised that it would be 30 in total, but we'll have to wait and see once the data has been calculated later on. It's, again, I really love Nextera. I'm sweating right now just watching and shoutcasting what's happening in Nextera because of, I don't know, probably it's something new. Teams are not yet familiar with it. And also this day itself, wherein a lot of aggression are being shown by the other teams. It's not just the teams who wants to catch up, but also those who want to maintain the top spot in the leaderboard.
Yep, talking about familiarity, Farang has 2 booyahs already for Nextera, so I think they are familiar with it. And also, with those moves that they just shown us, it looks like they know the place, man. It is their place.
Yeah. Well, it's really one thing that you need to study. A new map, like I mentioned, like it's from the launch up until to like MCPS season 5, that was around 6 months. So I guess with the news that they received of adding Nextera into the competitive scene, and they did a lot of practice in there and the same goes with me. I mean, I even played Nextera, and I'm really happy on how it worked, how futuristic it is, all the compounds that you can utilize compared to the other maps wherein it's mostly open areas. There's a lot of covers that you can take in here, thus surprises can happen at any time.
Yep, and that's what happened. Everyone's surprised. I was actually surprised why almost all of the teams were there at Grav Labs. I mean, it's battle after battle that we saw. There were, I think, 4 engagements in Grav Labs.
Yeah. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it was taken by Quick Reactions and then Geek Slate. It took a while, and then I forgot who's the first one.
Sem9.
Sem9. No, Sem9 is the last.
Expand. Yeah, it was
Expand one in, because I remember Cobra taking one down. Quasi has been taken down in there, and then Sem9 took down a Cobra in that moment. So Sem9 is the last team who moved to Grav Labs, and that was when it was still in the blue. So I guess probably it's because of the size of it, as well as most of the team are focusing on third partying, not giving a little bit of rest for those just ending the battle. So it's, as the battle continues, they already have the focus in there, and then the gunshots died down. That's when they rush in, and they got a few points from there.
Also, for AV Radicals, they were a little bit aggressive, just like what you've noticed a while ago. Yeah. Maybe they heard you that you said that they're not the top eliminators or whatever. But right now, with this game that we just concluded, they wanted some kills, and that just gave them away maybe the focus that they were exhibiting from the past back-to-back booyahs that they already got. So it was a small gamble for them that they were not able to focus much on repositioning, and again, it was also one factor, or it is also one factor, that Farang is here. They know the area very well, and with that final elimination that they just did, it was so a little bit nasty when it comes to competitive scene, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's what we call when we were in Tagalog broadcast, respeto, respect, I would say. There's a little bit of respect being given in there. At least that's an honorable way of being eliminated.
Wow.
But speaking of elimination, there's a lot of elimination right here. 69
what happened?
In total. I mean, it's Nextera. It's Nextera that happened. There's a lot of fights happening all at the same time. Thus, the elimination just moved up just like this. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the second highest that we have. 70 plus might be the highest. But we have Faiz from Farang with highest elimination of 6. Total headshots of 79. I think this is the highest that we have in the total headshots. And total damage of very close to 45,000. Revival is a lot as well. Thus, a lot of elimination, rescue of 19, and 88 on the total knockdown. Now, Glual destroyed. This is lower. One reason I'm seeing why it's lower is because there's a lot of covers already in the map of Nextera. So there's not really that much need of utilizing the glue walls. All you have to do is just go into one compound, utilize the multiple floors that it has, and you're good to go unless you're in the open area. But let's check out the MVP player of that game horizon.
This is the most valuable player for that match, and that is Faiz, who also got the top eliminations. 6 elims for him, 3,024 damage, and 29% on target. Quite low compared to what we are seeing, but then again, that depends on what guns he's using, or as what we saw a while ago, there were a lot of engagements happening, so that is why. But then again, he has 6 eliminations for their squad alone.
Yeah, Farang right now really showing up, and it's not the first time that Farang really showed up, the previous day as well. But let's check out the team MVP, and I won't be surprised if it will be Farang, and there you have it, a total of 17 eliminations. Again, let me repeat that. 17 eliminations, and with the booyah that they had, it brings them to 29 total points. It reduces the gap, but I'm pretty sure AV Radical's performance really will not make it easier for Farang to catch up on the number one spot. If earlier it was around the 50 points or 60 points between Farang and AV Radicals, it made it lower, the gap between them, but it's not so much that they can do it in one match. So later, once we have the standings, we are going to see as to how much everyone will be moving up, especially with a lot of engagement that happened earlier. And one thing's for sure, there's only a few of the early elimination that happened. The other teams was able to get back, revive their teammates, and then fight back later on within the match. So we are going to see that in a bit. Again, Farang in there taking the booyah and getting back into the into the game right now. Let's check out the match standings for that previous game horizon.
So these are the standings for the previously conducted game. Farang with a booyah with a total of 29 points. Quick Reactions way behind with 20. And as well, AV Radicals with 15 only. But still, good number for AV Radicals. 15 as well for Todak. Sem9 having 12. Tok Dalang having 9. Expand, unfortunately, was only able to get 8 points compared to the match that they just had a while ago. MAB Esports having 7. 5 for Pando EWG. 3 for Geekslate. Nova took 3 as well. Tactical Intex with none. And as far as I can remember, Nova has one of the early engagements a while ago. So maybe that is why they were able to just take 3 total points.
Yep, exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, Nova is the team who went into museum and challenged Sem9, I believe, because if we look at how the drop was earlier, if I remember it correctly, how the drop was earlier, that was where they were heading. But I'm really happy that Quick Reactions is really moving up in terms of the numbers for each match. And previously, they were on the 10th spot, so they're already, I think they're already safe for the top 12. But with their performance itself, they can add a little bit more that might move them up on the overall standings. Let's check out the overall standings. As I mentioned earlier, Farang, though they did a good job in Nextera, AV Radicals will not be caught that easily. 266 points against the 209 in second place. JPTNC, well, they haven't played just once again after the first 2 matches that we have. Expand in here tried to catch up, and they will still be in here trying to move up as they are below JPTNC. Ilustrados Juegos also rested earlier. Sem9 tried to beat Ilustrados Juegos on the number 9 spot, but missed a few points. Todak with 139 on 7, Yudo Axis on 8, Quick Reactions on 9, slowly moving up, and Tactical Intex on 10. Geekslate on 11, Tok Dalang on 12, Freedom MY on 13, Mabi Sports on 14, TFC Sports on 15, Project X Gaming on 16, Pando EWG got away from the 18th spot on 17, and Nova in there on the 18th spot. Now, this is a lot already from, if you break it down in threes, a huge difference already from the top 3, middle 3, as well as the bottom or top third, middle third, and bottom third of this leaderboard. So it's just a matter of catching or getting to the top 12, securing it a little bit with placement as well as elimination to secure your placement on the grand finals.
Yep, and right now we still have 2 more matches, but not anymore for our team who's under Group A. And we'll see more from Ilustrados Juegos, who's now resting. So we have seen somehow a little bit of a decline from their performances as they're now being pushed down a little by little, level by level, by the other teams who's now getting some booyahs like Farang and all these other teams, JPTNC. So will we see a comeback from Ilustrados Juegos because they've just rested? Hopefully they, brainstormed on what they really have to do in order to get back up, because really, they're already at the top 6 spot right now from number 1.
Exactly. I mean, it's becoming difficult for Ilustrados Juegos to get the consecutive booyahs as well as consecutive good game because of how well the other teams are changing their approach. So hopefully this is a chance for them to really move up because on the booyah itself, on the next map, which is Bermuda, they only got one compared to those in the group, which is JPTNC, who had three already in this map, and two from Expand. And as you mentioned, coming from the first place of the leaderboard and then being pushed down slowly, but I couldn't count them out just yet because there's still providing a lot of firepower, especially in the eliminations department, and it's just more of the survivability that they need to give a lot of effort onto. But let's review what happened so far and what will be happening in this day. AV Radicals with the three consecutive booyahs in there from Group A on the first two and Group C on the second two, as Parang took the fourth against AV Radicals. And on the next group, Group B and C, we have the Bermuda map as well as one random map, which I am still waiting to see and hoping that is another Nextera because I mean, who wouldn't? Especially as you see each and every day that we see Nextera, the engagement that's happening in there,
Yeah.
it's just different every time. And I as a commentator, as a caster, I love seeing all those different gameplays. And well, hopefully the teams will not be bewildered in how to navigate themselves in this map because it might be here for a long time, similar to what we've seen from Alpine when it was launched.
Yep, and again, that is because the unpredictability of how the circles are gonna come out, and also all the things that the other teams or have planned when it comes to this new map that we have. That again would be Next Terra, and there you go. We are now going to see our giveaway code again, and that would be MCPS S5 KSFSR4. That again would be MCPS S5 KSFSR4. And before you take a screenshot, let us just pause for a while. All right, and thank you so much. That again is the giveaway code for the Pop-Pow avatar, all brought to us by Free Fire MCPS.
Yeah, I mean, I really love the collections right now, and I really I forgot earlier when that was shown that we need to post. So hopefully, guys, for those of you who will be sharing and posting that in your feed, hopefully you got a good picture of us. But again, Horizon, this day cannot get any better because we've seen how other teams has been aggressive. We've seen how the other teams has moved up. They also we've seen another epic Nextera game, and well, we are going to back to the OG map later on, as well as another random map, which I hope is Nextera. The teams who are really hungrier will be bringing it in this match. We'll have to see if Ilustrados Juegos still have what it takes to get that booyah or probably a lot of elimination points, or will it be another JPTNC trying to beat the record or tie the record of the number of booyahs within the day? That is what we're going to find out later on as Group B and C will be returning. Neptune and Horizon will be right back, so don't go away after the break.
The Kings have returned.
Only the champions Geek Fam. We have all managed to bag it all the way through the Blacklist International. Players of AV Radicals get the fourth booyah of the finals.
Born into a scientist family, Alvaro lost his mother due to a laboratory explosion. The disaster granted him the power of the magic cube. Since then, Alvaro possesses the ability to create explosions, but at the cost of amnesia. In his battle with Homer, Alvaro's power was awakened, enabling him to save his best friend Capella. Awakened character, Alvaro, Rage Blast. Art of Demolition. When this skill is equipped, the throwing damage of throwables are enhanced. Split Blitz. Apart from the original skill's basic effects, your grenade can now reach a wider range and deal more damage. After awakening, Alvaro can split his grenade into smaller pieces. Skill combination, Super Grenade. Alvaro and Beastin. With a pet that increases throwing distance, grenades can be a severe threat to opponents. Create explosions with Awakened Alvaro in the new patch.
Survivor, Taco backs out, and yet another player from the side of Loadout. Finals up with Geek Fab. They're 22 points behind them, but Kid Angel.
The king has returned.
Who managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International. Players of Angry Radicals get the booyah of the finals.
Welcome again to MCPS Majors Season 5, brought to us by Garena. This is Horizon, together with Neptune, and we are heading to the final phases of the matches today. It is now Groups B and C's turn to battle for the Booyah, and while our teams from Group B has well rested, our teams from Group C will continue with 2 more matches. Match 5 will be at Bermuda, and our final match will be decided by our match selector.
Yeah, I'd like to add in as well that the randomizer really changed the game between all of the teams right here. Not only that, the grouping shuffle has also give a lot of aggression from the team, especially from what we've seen from Group A and B, and A and C as well earlier. So hopefully the Group C or Group B, who will be introduced back into the matches, will maintain the aggressiveness that they have in this battlefield, so that like some of the teams who really wants to catch up on the top of the leaderboard will be able to do so. But it have yet to be seen right now. Going back is Ilustrados Juegos and JPTNC currently on Bermuda. They are the top teams out of the Group B and C, who has tied 89 in total in terms of points. But the difference is Ilustrados Juegos focus on elimination, and the JPTNC, as we know, focus on the Booyah as well as placement point. following them is Expand, who had 2 Booyahs already in this map, and they have a great balance of placement and elimination. So there's a lot of storyline that can be unfolded, that will be unfolded in this match. As we can see below, it is Group B and C on match number 5. We're getting close to end this day, so hopefully the teams will be ending this day with a bang.
That again would be at Bermuda with Group B and C. And knowing that Group A is not here anymore, AV Radicals is what we were talking about a while ago. Some team can take where AV Radicals drop, and that is in the strip. Okay, so we have Udo Axis dropping on the strip as well, but I'm not so sure if they're going to take that again as of today. So definitely some has to take advantage of the gameplay that our AV Radicals has shown for the past Bermuda maps that we've already seen.
Yeah, I mean, I really love how the other teams are utilizing the double snipe setup, as you mentioned, from AV Radicals. And I guess that's additional firepower for them from a distance. They don't need to get up close and personal to get all those elimination or the initial knock before the rest of the team rushes through. Now, we'll have to see if Ilustrados Uegos will be able to do that in this gameplay, because we know Forbids is a sniper of the team, but they also have initial fragger, which is Makurori. Now the rusher, who is Führer, and the Shanks or Let's Go might be the integral factor that can change the output of the game once Ilustrados Uegos move in. But NC is another team who really managed to survive a little bit longer, and as mentioned before, Napis, with the damage that has been dealt from week number 1 of 30 elimination, can be replicated this time. That would depend on how well they can rotate with the new groupings that we have in these matches.
And again, 55 seconds remaining before we get on to Bermuda. The 5th match for today, 1 match away from the final of the games that we have for this afternoon. So again, they have to be careful with Expand as well and quick reactions, because we are seeing a very aggressive gameplays coming from these 2 squads that we just witnessed for the 4 matches that we did this afternoon as well. Again, 25 seconds, and we are already excited for how the plane path is going to come out.
Yeah, I mean, it has been clear for everyone. It's cutting through the middle. Hopefully it's not different this time, and we might be expecting an early engagement in the side of peak as well as a mill area where in Expand usually drop, and Freedom MY tried to challenge, but with the placement of Freedom MY is in, they need to find a different drop so that they will be able to survive a little bit longer, get all those placement points, and probably in their approach they can get all those eliminations. Mill is usually occupied by Farang as well as TFC Esports. So we see a certain pattern of the teams, especially for those who are slowly moving up on leaderboard. They usually hot drop a different team, thus increasing the chance of them getting a lot of points. But speaking of hot drop, it is very near for Farang and Ilustrados Uegos. So just in case the shipyard will be cleaned up by Ilustrados Uegos, they will be meeting up with Farang. But I don't think Farang will be waiting. They want to rush through against Ilustrados Uegos, and Farang did a split right now. They went, or 2 players went to the mill, 2 went into plantation, but as mentioned earlier, a hot drop happening into the west side. It is not quick reaction, or it's not TFC who's going against Expand. Quick reaction and TFC will be dropping at the same time. Not only that, TFC is on the roll with this gunshots, and there you have it. As early as that, a lot of eliminations already being done, and I can't be surprised that this is happening because of how heated it has been started off by the other teams.
There are 2 squads that TFC is pressuring right now. 3 eliminations came from Expand, and as well our quick reactions. I think those are the 2 teams that I mentioned a while ago that's going to give a beating to these guys, because those 2 teams are aggressive. But no, TFC Esports, we are here. We are on hot again, blazing hot. And I think they don't want to loot some more, or maybe yes. And they just want to clear out all the areas available for them, for their sites. And right now, they're on a clearing operation, moving from compounds to compounds. They just want to get some more kills because I think TFC Esports need more points to catch up.
Exactly. I mean, they need a lot of points to catch up in to these matches, especially if they want to bring themselves closer to that 12 spot. Currently, they are on the 15th spot, and they are 29 points or 28 points away from Tok Dalang, who is on the 12th spot as of the moment. But with that initial fight that we've seen, it is Quick Reactions who will be eliminated early, I guess. The aggressiveness of Quick Reactions suddenly died down, especially as they were caught off guard earlier from that drop. But Freedom MY will relieve them of the pressure and will put them to rest until the next match. We are seeing TFC right now challenging yet a different team and none other than Pando EWG, where we are asking for a lot more for this team because they were an invited team, or they were one of the invited teams in this competition, but they're not doing that much compared to what we expected.
So right now, the other members of EWG are now pushing in, or maybe regrouping in this compound. But TFC already saw that, and now Luffy's gonna go for some covers because he's so open. He doesn't know where the exact location of the other members of EWG are. But there you go, an engagement as well, a long-range engagement between these two squads, and definitely one has to push if they really want to get some more kills. But they have to be careful. Our EWG is properly spread it out. Mansai giving some backup, but Riven and Tuaz are already flanking out here at the beach side, most likely chilling for now, but later definitely they will engage.
Yeah, they need to engage. They need to put in a lot of effort in getting a lot of those elimination. But let's see, as we have Expand and JPTNC, this is two of the teams right here that we pointed out earlier that has the most booyah in this map. But just in case one managed to succeed in clearing one out, then it will be GGWP for this match of Bermuda. But there's no pressure from both teams being applied just yet, apart from Cobra trying to shoot down the glue wall in here. But I don't think that is something that can be escaped by Yazid because Expand is already spread out, but Too Fast will be taken down as well. The Axel fired back against Dino, and the pickup can be done. Nappies and Asta, the only two players remaining at this point, just revived, I would say, but it might be difficult for them to really survive for a little bit longer. The rush of the Axel right now, dropping the anvil on this guy, and X-Roy helped out in there from a distance.
Expand just annihilated some of the members of JPTNC, but we know JPTNC, they want to get some placement points, and that, I think, is the goal of Nappies as he's now moving away from that battle. But the problem is, brother, there is one squad at the location that he's going to, so hopefully he can just reset for a while. But right now, let's go to the one member not remaining, but he was able to survive a while ago. This is Mansa running for his life. TFC is now as well here with a nade, a successful one, gave him 50% of his life. TFC Esports are now moving together. One guy again from EWG is taken down, and there you go for the thirst. Mansai is here. Oh man, he's nade just bounced back to him, and Luffy is here with the rest of the gang. He was able to take down that one guy from our EWG. We still have remaining two, and the other two, as what we remember, were those flanking out from the position. So what they will do is either they take the guys of TFC Esports or they go to a revival station so that they can revive those fallen teammates.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the nearest revival is in Mars Electric. And as we can see from a distance right now, we have Freedom MY, who might just be waiting, or only one player. Zen right now has a great advantage, but with only one shot, he backs away. He shies away for that engagement. looking probably for backup for the rest of the team. But not only that, on the map, we are seeing Nova right now. I think they are receiving a little bit of damage. I'm not quite sure if it's coming from the Stratos Huegos or just the blue slowly eating them up. PXG, on the other hand, has been sitting pretty in there on the shipyard the moment that the Stratos Huegos was able to clear that area. But not a lot of engagement happening right now, and a lot of teams staying outside of the blue. This might be a risky move because a lot of resources will be used up. Hopefully they can survive and head into the middle of the map, because from earlier what we've seen, it is Yudo Access Esports who have taken already the middle, and no one is contesting them as of this moment. Towards right now trying to zip away, and this is far away from where they intended to move. So hopefully they have a good plan, probably a vehicle to make it quicker for them to move back into the play zone.
But having a vehicle also means faster kill for the others, since the vehicle is so big and it blows so easily. So they have to really be careful with where they're going. It was because of freedom. That's why they were knocked back from the playing zone, and they're the only ones who's very far. They're on the other island, and the others are already moving inside. But right now, TFC, another engagement with this team. This is JBTNC's last guy, and they are going to be eliminated. I thought it's the last guy, but I think he was able to revive his teammates. So right now, we can see that our JPTNC is not yet out of this game.
Yeah, still have 11 teams remaining after quick reactions being eliminated early into this match. But I love how TFC is moving right now. They are going aggressive, and we'll have to see if that will pay off later on. This time, we have PXG, Project X Gaming, who's trying to do the waiting game against Nova, but Nova will not be giving them that opportunity as they back away, heads toward this plantation dam area. And they have they need to close up both sides of that dam so that they can clear this area without any interruptions later on. Expand will be moving in as well in a bit, as Yudo Access is being gunned down by Geek Slate Rain, or Sand Rain, from afar, shooting them down, as Geek Slate, or the rest of Geek Slate, is just pushing them out of the compound. I love the tactic that Geek Slate is doing right now, just pushing them out, making them in the open so that Sand Rain can have that visibility. But Neptune right now going in for all those nades, not so much, as Hazik just put them down with the grenade launcher. Still 4 remains, and as quickly as that, Yudo Access will be eliminated on 10 and 9 teams left in this matchup.
That was a very good 1-3 split coming from our Geek Slate. They were able to quickly annihilate all the players of Yudo Access. I thought it was going to be hard for our Geek Slate rather, to do that, but they just did. And remember, one guy was just standing there waiting for the others to move away. He was just, okay, move out from where you are. I'm gonna eliminate you, man. Okay, that's what happened. Geek Slate was able to do just that. And right now we are on to the final phases of this circle. It just went to Riverside. PXG still here with 0 eliminations. Again, what you've said, the waiting game for this. But Nova is here right now. I think Nova doesn't have any idea that there's one more squad below them. They're focused on Farang on the far east side, northeastern side of their position. Nish 7 was able to give that information to his teammates. But right now, PXG, this is how they got the booyah from last time. They were below one squad, and they were able to do the healing gaming. So are they going to try to do that again?
Well, I guess the tactic here is more of survivability, knowing that there's still 9 teams remaining at this point. Or 8 that they need to challenge. All they have to do is stay alive a little bit longer. With Nish right now, I think the bait has been triggered, and this might be it. There goes Nova right now, going for the damage against Jim and Neo, but it's not so much because a lot of players from PXG will also respond. Nish right now trying to shoot down the foot, but no, Nish will be taken down. The one will be eliminated at this point. PXG managed to survive. Rish is already out and is now left to one unless a pickup will be done. Project X Gaming right now did that game well. A little bit of mind games and tactics as well, and Rish will be taken out. Hopefully the final member of Nova will be able to bring back the rest of the teammates as the battle is ensuing between Ilustrados Uegos and PXG. Still a lot of covering for the side of PXG, and Ilustrados Uegos is at a loss as to where to move.
PXG is now focused on the guys of our IJ or Ilustrados Juegos, but there is still one member of Nova just sitting behind those glue walls that they just established. But there you go. They're in the blue zone already, most likely. So later on, Nova doesn't have any choice but to move out from the location that he's in. PXG was able to get this. Some of the guys, only some of the guys of IJ, the Shanks is still alive and kicking, but under their name is 5 eliminations already. Again, this is PXG, one of the Booyah takers from last day, and there you go again. This is another area. There are a lot of people already here in this vicinity. Farang has one elimination only as of the moment, unlike the previous matches that they did, and the TFC is the one doing the beating as of the moment.
Yeah, a lot of eliminations already being done by DFC from the get-go, and it's still continuing on as they rush in towards Farang right now. I was just quite surprised how bold players from TFC are going in here, as a lot of teams are still surrounding them, and there you go, backstab happening against TFC. It is Freedom MY taking advantage, and as quickly as that, as aggressive as they can be, when you are face off a lot of squad trying to pinch you down, you will be taken out. Nova also eliminated the final member in there, and it is Mika who does the job. Freedom MY slowly moving in, but will this be enough to fight against Farang, who's a complete squad, also waiting for them to move down as PXG, the survivors that we can see trying to manage to get close to the #1 spot, to the Booyah in this game. Not so much an eliminations, or not so much an aggression though from PXG, but they are doing well as Farang goes for that elimination. Geek Slate also eliminated in this game. As quickly as that, we are down to 4.
Farang's gameplay has shifted from being an aggressive team to being a passive team as of the moment, and they're just waiting for this other players to move in their location. But they're outside of the circle right now, so they need to move. There are only 3 teams remaining. PXG still complete, Farang still complete, Expand still complete. So this will be a good battle between all these 3 squads that we have. Farang, Expand, and as well PXG. Who will get the Booyah? Again, this is Farang. I think they have the same gameplay with our AV Radicals as of the moment. They waited for the other players, and then when it's time to eliminate the others, they just did.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that they need to focus right now. Just wait until the perfect timing is offered to you. But Farang is the only team who is outside of the circle right now. And this might be taken advantage by Expand as they go and try to put them down with nades as well. Or probably some of the glue walls being destroyed with those utilities. And there you have it. We have Jespo being taken out by Jimneo from the far side. And this is Farang being target to everyone at this point. PXG has no visibility against Expand, and with that nade coming from the Axel, clears them off. 4v4 situation. PXG managed to survive a backstab happening, but it doesn't pay through. No one else is being knocked out just yet, and we'll have to find out how well they will be moving, because later on, everyone will be out in the open.
Yep, and the blue zone is onto our Expand. PXG is just here, properly covered by the glue walls that they are establishing. Expand 4v4. No one's being taken down yet, but right now, Expand was taken down. X-Roy, PXG's on the move. A lot of people, a lot of things happening here for the final circles, final moments of this game. And PXG was taken down, and we have the winners, and that will be Expand.
And Expand will be taking their third Booyah in the Bermuda map, similar to what we've seen from JPTNC. No question. I mean, even from the previous season, Expand really is doing well. It's just they are a little bit late in terms of getting a good placement as well as elimination. But right now, again, this is the time for them to get back. They're just getting familiar with the new shuffle of the groupings, and once that pulls through and understanding as well how can they manage to take out the other teams, they might be shooting themselves up to that leaderboard. I can see the excitement. I can feel it right now, especially from the Axel and from those of the players out here. Aggression is really the key, or the key word, I would say, for this day.
Their lineup is the same with the lineup of AV Radicals. Why? Because almost all of the players of Expand are ace players. I would say because the Axel, X-Roy, and Cobra are all good. Right now, the Axel, I think, will take the MVP title, and we'll see about that later for the slides. But anyway, they have been doing well. Expand, unfortunately for quick reactions, they were taken out of the game early on, but for the matches that we already had, Expand has been so consistent in aggressiveness. While for Farang, I think what changed is their gameplay. They chose to be passive, no, for this game. Unlike the other games that they already just was able to survive. They were so aggressive for the past games, just like Expand, and again, quick reactions. So I think Farang has to stay as aggressive as they can be.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. They have certain plans. Indeed, it's just not working right now. But Farang is one of the team really that has a record of getting a lot of booyahs, and that has been evident from the start of the week as well up into today. So Farang has 4, very close to what NC has offered already. But in the final moment, this is where it gets really excited, because imagine, I think that was one of the first time that we've seen a 4v4 out in the open, and it just so happened really that Expand is best in close quarter combat. Cobra is in there. Not only that, shotgun gameplay, which is evident not only just for Expand but from all of the teams, mostly all of the teams in this day. So I was just wondering, is it just the aggressiveness? Is it just the shuffling? Or they ate something that they made them aggressive? Because a lot of teams are going aggression.
Yes, and I think it's because it's week 2. Most likely, and next week is going to be the final week before the grand finals, and definitely this week is the time. Again, I've said this yesterday, this is the week for redemption. It is the only time that they can climb up again, because next week it's going to be, it's like when you're studying for an exam and you're already cramming, and they should not do that. They should already fund themselves with a lot of points, and this is the perfect time to do that.
Exactly. I mean, that has been done already, especially for the teams who's number 1. And apologies, guys. I know AV Radicals is not playing for the next map, which is still random. But we cannot let go of the fact that AV Radicals has a lot of points already invested in them, given that they will be resting for the 5th and 6th match of today. So regardless of how it ends up, unless Farang really does double booyahs in 2 consecutive map, which didn't happen. They got a lot of points though in elimination because of aggression, but it's making it very difficult for any team from the top 3 or say top 4 to catch up against AV Radicals, which might be part of the plan of what AV Radicals has. But in a bit, we're going to see a few of those statistics in the previous game, and hopefully it clears up on how each players or each team was able to show up in this match of Bermuda. But we're still waiting as well as to which map they will be playing on match number 6.
And that will be decided later on. But you know, Bermuda, when it comes to this map, it's all about the glue wall utility that, it's a skill if you know how to place the glue walls correctly. Because in that final moments, there was a series of glue walls that PXG used. But it was still our Expand who was able to win that one.
Yeah, exactly. And well, it's no surprise like expand. I'm just surprised really that it took them this long within this day that they're getting booyahs just like this, because it's not that like similar to what we've seen from the previous season, though a lot of teams are adjusting, and this might be what's affecting the movement of all of the teams. But as we wait right now, from before we start this match, or from before we started match number 6, current standings, or those on the top 12 right now, ended with Tokdalang on the 12th spot. But it's not far behind for those coming from Freedom MY, who is on Group B. And it's quite far though for Project X Gaming. But let's check out the overall stats for the previous match that we've just seen. And eliminations right now is just 47 below in terms of average. But the highest number of eliminations coming from the Axel, that is 14. So what more
Is that
has
real?
been done by the rest of the team? Because 14, I guess this is the highest that we have for one individual player. Headshots though went down for 28, and the total damage is now just 30,000. Revivals not so much, only 4. The rescues only 11. Knockdowns would be 6, and almost similar to that is the glue walls destroyed. But I can't get my mind against the Axel's elimination. So if, like, I know you can compute that, but I want to compute that as well. If you have 14 against 47 that we have overall, that's around 30%
Yes.
of all the eliminations that we have just for this day, and it has been done by the Axel by himself. So I guess there's no question as to who will be our player MVP on our next slide, Horizon.
Yeah, there is no question. There is really no question with those eliminations that he just did. Definitely, he's the one. All right.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm really excited to see that some teams or some players really are moving up. So hopefully this is good. I mean, we have the numbers correctly, but the Axel really is more of the sniper. He will be able to put out a lot of those eliminations as well. So let's check out the player MVP. The Axel right now, 53% on target. No surprise that he has close to 5,000 in damage. And it is true, 14 elimination just coming from the Axel himself. And well, I just want to see how much elimination overall does Expand has, because if the Axel got 14 and they're within the 20, just the 6 will be divided towards the other 3 players of this match or of this team. But again, mind blown right now on what else the Axel has to offer. But for the team MVP, Horizon, go ahead.
There you go. The most valuable team that we have again is Expand. 17 eliminations, 8,268 damage for them, 17 assists, and 29 match point. That's a total of 29-4 additional to their overall standings later on. But then again, 17 eliminations. That means there's only 3. There's only maybe 1:1
for each.
For the other members. And the Axel was very hungry for kills in that previously conducted game, man. He took everything away from his co-players.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's one thing that you can, like, it's one thing to get a lot of eliminations, one thing to get this much of elimination from a game. And, well, you can give it to the Axel. We saw him earlier. He was, I think, with his separation within the room, his separation in the room of against the other teams or with the other teams is more focused in this game. Let's check out the match standings right now. We saw earlier 29 total points from Expand and Project X Gaming making their way right now. They got the 2nd place, and not only that, they have 8 eliminations in here with total of 17. Farang will be in there with a total of 14, and Geek Slate with 11. It goes down from there, but not so much. Freedom MY gets 9. TFC Esports gets 8. JPTNC surprisingly see they are pushed down most of the time in this Bermuda map on 7 or with 7 points. And Illustrados Wegos, not quite sure what's happening with this team, but I guess it's the rest, and they are just getting mostly placement point. Nova with only 3 on the placement, Pando EWG with only 2 on the eliminations. You do access right now 1 on the placement point, and quick reactions, unfortunate for them, even just parachuting down, they are being gunned down and eliminated early in this match. So no surprise that a lot of changes will be happening later on once we see the overall standings, because it's more mostly top heavy in terms of the match standings. But overall standings, over to you, Horizon.
Yup, and right now, talking about the overall standings, AV Radicals sitting on top still with 266 points. Farang had 222 based on that game, last game. Expand has 209, pushing down the JPTNC to the sweet number 4, 197 points. It's still okay, they can still go back up, but then again, the momentum is with Expand. But let's go to Ilustrados Wegos, who again was sitting at number 1 when we ended day number 1 for week number 1. 174 points, and they haven't moved that much. 169 for Sem9, Todak with 139 points, 131 for Yudo Axis, 130 for Geek Slate. Quick Reactions had 124 together with Tactical Intex. This aggressive teams as of the moment. 116 as well for Tok Dalang, 112 for Freedom, 98, 96 for Project X Gaming and TFC Esports consecutively. Mab Esports 96 to 83 with Pando and Nova sitting at 80 points only. But then again, when it comes to 12th spot, they can still do it if and only if they get a booyah in the coming matches.
Exactly. I mean, that is one of the key factors that can increase their chances of moving up. But I guess for some of the teams, they had the lead, or they let go of closing the gap for those leading them a little bit too early in this day. We are now off to our last match. We have still no idea on which map this will be, but I'm really happy on how it's turning out this time, because the shuffle really is providing or is giving us the result that we expected. A lot of chaotic gameplays, exciting gameplays, which is good for us casters, which is really exciting for us casters, and hopefully it's exciting for you too, as well as the viewers, because it gives us different perspective on what the team can do, especially when they want to go on crunch time. As Horizon mentioned earlier, this is redemption time right now, but let's see of who will be getting the redemption as the map will be selected. It spins around and Purgatory. So it gives us a double Purgatory this time, and we'll have to see in a bit as to who will be taking advantage of this map right here.
Again, Purgatory is good for every squads, if you're gonna ask me, as everyone is as well familiar with Purgatory, but there are as well a lot of people who's very much familiar compared to the others, and that would be one of the Booyah takers, which is Farang with 1 already. And again, for our Pop-Pow avatar, a giveaway code is MCPS S5. That's 2 S's, okay? S5KSFSR4. And before you do any screenshots, let us pause for a while. All right, and thank you so much. That is again the giveaway code brought to us by Garena Free Fire, the Pop-Pow avatar.
Yeah, I mean, that's just my wow reaction to everything that's been happening all this day. And I really love the Purgatory will be the map, though it's not Nextera, as I asked for. But Purgatory is where TFC Esports really did well. Currently on the standings, TFC Esports is on top, and they're tied with Yudu Axis. So these two teams, one is trying to cross the 12th spot, another is trying to maintain their spot in the middle of the top 12. So we'll have to find out as to if this is the chance really for them to move them higher into the leaderboard, or probably this is the chance as well as to see another team get a different booyah in this map, because that's what we're asking for. Other teams who will be giving that advantage of the additional 12 points, and hopefully a lot of elimination points, giving us a lot of engagement happening in today's matches.
Coming up next again is Purgatory for our groups B and C. While looking at the stats, there are a lot of teams who drops at the same points. Like Forge,
Yep.
they are both dropped by NC, and also Udo Access. Brasilia dropped by Expand, and as well Project X Gaming, who just had a few moments a while ago with each other. And Quarry with Pando EWG and Nova, they both dropped. So there might be a lot of people or squads getting in touch with each other in the first parts of the game. But then again, Purgatory is quite big. There might be some changes with their dropping points, and also with the shuffling of all this players. So let's wait and see. 50 seconds before we head on to our flight path, and this again is Purgatory.
Yeah, Purgatory right now, and I would agree. I mean, this might be a chance where Brasilia will be taken once again by X-Man and Project X Gaming. That can be a revenge mission for either team, because they ended the game earlier. But one needs to move, especially if you want to be in a safe spot and ready for the upcoming battles as you move across the map. Because not only Brasilia is the hot drop, we also have, as you mentioned, Forge for JPTNC, as well as Udo Axis, and we also have Pando EWG and Nova in the Quarry side. So this is the bottom two of the overall standings that we saw earlier, and hopefully this doesn't happen, because you're just putting down a team who's already there at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, so that's what we're going to see in a few seconds. Again, will it be cut in half again, vertically or horizontally, or will it stay on one side? Because we have seen Purgatory being half in its 1/4 at the southern part of the map. So again, Purgatory is divided into 3 islands, and there you go. I think it's on the far left side of our map, dropping in hot at the northern west part of Crossroads are 3 or maybe 4 squads already. That's QR, Quick Reactions, and PXG, some of which have different dropping points. But JPTNC is as well connected to some other squads. I think that was TFC Esports. But right now, NC Siren, who was an MVP from the matches before, is now throwing some grenades towards those people behind or below them.
Yeah, and this is the risk of adjusting your drop points, because you don't know if others will be adjusting the same way as you do. As we see right now, JPTNC battling TFC right now. Let's see who will be surviving. There goes a pinch, and Luffy will be taken down. Kaizo, on the other hand, will try to fire back, but Asta has a clear view of them from above, but up close and personal, it's Kaizo taking down Napis in the process, and Dino from afar will be taken down. I don't know what's happening, but JPTNC is being taken down one at a time.
But they were just standing. What was he doing? But then again, they have 3 eliminations already under their name. TFC is already on the move away from JPTNC. And definitely as well, JPTNC will be able to recuperate from this. Adam will try to get the others, but wait up. Asta's trying to go to Adam, who's just landed, and most likely Asta can be seen by that one guy and can be shot at by Adam. So let's wait and see. Adam is running for his life. Asta is chasing him. Don't you go away from me, but right now he's in the building, and it's going to be a long game for Adam and that one guy from JPTNC.
Yeah, JPTNC right now is in here, still going in for the rush, finding where Adam is, but I guess the buy area is already in there. The backstab possibility against Adam is in here, but Asta is being fired back upon, and then there we go, close and personal. That's what you do if you rush against one player at a solo move, but it is not that a team who will be eliminated. It is Udo Axis right now will be taken out. And let's see as to who else will be engaging at the moment. We have Nova right now going against Farang, and this is in the quarry area, and it is Nova who's losing in this game. 2 down already, or 2 out already in this matchup, and Farang still maintains their aggressiveness.
Farang has 2 eliminations already, while the rest of the gang doesn't have, I think. And they are now properly separated with walls and container vans. But right now, Faiz just went outside of the comforts of those walls, trying to see the guys of Nova. Faiz is there. He's going to go for that. Most likely, he heard some footsteps, and he's going to go for the push right now. He thought that he gave damage to that one guy from Nova. And there you go. It was a bottleneck situation from that one player from Nova, and he was taken down by Faiz, and great pressure coming from him, because if he didn't do that, he will not have been able to get the guy from Nova. I am not sure if there are still some more players from Nova, but I saw just one, and there is one last player from Nova.
Bad right now is being chased and will be taken down. Jesbu is the one who was chasing, but Spade beat him to it and went in for the flank. Now let's see as to how Farang will be moving in. Vehicle right now is about to explode, but on the other side, the vehicle has exploded as well. I love the continuation of how the story is going. Geek Slate is being run down, and it is Freedom MY who is going for those elimination. 2 down already, and we still have 2 more from the side of Geek Slate, but the fight is not yet over. Geek Slate Yasa went in for that battle and was able to eliminate one, but unfortunate for Yasa, there's one that's very, very far, but we know how Geek Slate is playing. They want to really stop anyone who went against them. Thus, it might be a difficult position for Razik right now. He might be flanked by Kens as well as gate kept by another player from Geek Slate. He's the only one surviving here, though they have 2 points. You don't want to be taken out early, thus you have to run away.
Kens is really looking for this guy. He doesn't want to let him go away, and he just went to the beach side as well. He's now still chasing him. He's not yet regrouping, or maybe he is gonna go, but no, he just pursued again and again. They already have 3 points, which they got from that one squad who are with them. His teammates are already healed up. I think he has to let go, man. I think he has to go inside of the circle. As you can see, they are really running towards that one guy. That's only 1 point, and you should be able to already plan for your next position. And that's what Kens, I think, is gonna do. He just went back. Is he? I hope that he's going back to his teammates.
Well, let's be honest. There are a few people that really has some difficulty of letting go, and probably that is Ken's right now from the moment. So they want to finish what they started. I mean, at least there's a positive side to it. They don't want to let go because they want to finish what they started. But they are being taken. The whole squad of Geek Slate were being taken by the blue earlier. PXG, on the other hand, or Project X Gaming, is trying to get away as well from the battle that they have, or that they went against Quick Reactions. Quick Reactions is in this area of the high tier loot area as well, but in their approach onto the next circle, they might be meeting up with JPTNC. Mika will be taken down in here and taking advantage because of the open area, and there goes PXG lost another of their players. The question is, where are the rest of the team? Because it's only Mika in here, and they are not yet eliminated as a complete squad.
Yup, and it's always those supply crates that give the position away. There are 2 squads heading onto them, and there you go. PXG's here with some other guys of either Ilustrados, Wegos, Fewer. I think was able to see Jim and Neo. His sights are with him. Oh man, last guy for PXG without any eliminations yet, and we still have 10 teams remaining, which means that they will only get a few points, maybe 1 point if they get eliminated. But right now, JPTNC, together with the guys of TFC Esports, again, this is the favorite spot that JPTNC wants to take. They always take the higher hills, the higher places compared to some other squads who prefers compounds. Because we have to be honest, some squads really prefer compounds compared to open areas. Even though you're at the top of some other players, they tend to just camp with those walls.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing, and I guess the reason why JPTNC is back in high areas because they have an exit on the side of those zips, as well as good
Ooh.
opening in any angles that they can probably be backstabbed. But another thing is AV Radicals will not be here. If you remember earlier, JPTNC is on high ground, AV Radicals in the lower ground, and it's just the snipers doing the work. The moment that a head peek in, a headshot happens. So since AV Radicals might not be able to do that to them right here, they are comfortable in taking the high ground. But there's no comfort already for Freedom MY, or probably they are comfortable right now resting because they will be eliminated in this last game. Pando EWG though surviving a little bit longer, but only a few on elimination. So hopefully they can put in a lot more so that they can increase their chance of moving up in this leaderboard.
Yep, going back to the battle between JPTNC and as well our TFC Esports, no one's going away. NC wants to get the guys of our TFC, but then again, TFC doesn't have any exit plan yet, as what you were saying a while ago, compared to JPTNC, who has the zip lines. But the problem is there, I think I saw one squad lurking around the corner, and they're behind our JPTNC. TFC is now focused on some other squads, and he was able to take him down from that height.
PXG, Project X Gaming, and earlier we saw only one lone survivor for this team. Unfortunate for them, they went into the area where a lot is already doing the waiting game. Thus, without even landing on the ground, you are being gunned down and shut down as well. Quick Reaction is in here responding to the gunshots that they heard earlier, and they might be targeting TFC. So there's a good chance for JPTNC to start the battle, or probably direct their attention to Quick Reactions, and then later on, once TFC made their rotation, they can just turn around and shoot them down. That is a potential 8 elimination points already, but it's much easier said than done because Quick Reaction is in here trying to put a lot of damage on JPTNC.
All right, this is what we're talking about a while ago. It was difficult for our JPTNC to move away as of the moment because Quick Reactions are already here. 7 eliminations, definitely the momentum is with them. They're burning hot. NC's 4 eliminations. I think we'll stop at that for the moment. Asta is here below the rock trying to save himself from all the people here. Quick Reactions just joined the game as well. TFC, IJ with this guy's Pure is going to go for the push. We have seen the capacity of IJ, and we are now gonna witness it. And there you go. Behind those glue walls are just crawling people of our TFC Esports, and triple kill. TFC Esports has been eliminated, and that is the courtesy of Pure.
Yeah, but Estrada's Vegas right now is trying to get back into play, but they will be challenged by yet another Filipino team. It is Quick Reactions, who took over this high ground and took it against JPTNC, where Asta is the only one remaining. But we are seeing Pando Idoji making a wrong turn into the hands of Geek Slade, and their vehicles just exploded right there. And not only that, they also have Parang very close to them. So as we see Manchai trying to get away together with one more players, we have all the compounds already covered, and it's very difficult for one to get a placement. 8 teams remaining, and we are already getting close to the 4th phase of the circle. This will be crowded real quick unless they make all those eliminations.
Both aggressive teams are now battling here, Farang and as well QR, but I think Farang are all being taken down by the guys of QR, and that again leaves them with 10 elimination points behind the wall. No, but not that they don't jump in front of me, said by Kwasi, and Shin is here. No scoping, brother, just jumping and shooting, and there you go. They were able to take a lot of guys from Farang, and I think it's now cleared. Clearing operations is what QR is doing with this match. 13 eliminations. That is a lot already.
Yeah, I mean, this is similar to what we've seen from Quick Reaction on day number 1. This is what we asked for from Quick Reaction from day number 1. They did pretty well in terms of elimination. If I'm not mistaken, that's a total of 19 elimination just for one game. But they need to survive a little bit further. And speaking of surviving, Ilustrados Juegos is trying to survive as well. Challenging Geek Slate from afar. Führer taking down Hasi and not giving way for the revive to happen. Global being destroyed and Hasik being eliminated just from one guy. Führer eliminating 2 of the player from Geek Slate.
Pure being furious for Ilustrados Juegos, but nope, our QR is still here, brothers. PXG's receiving a damage, and with that nade, he was taken out of the game.
Yeah, well, Quick Reaction, this is one thing that we ask for you, and hopefully you can show it to us every time. They are being challenged by Ilustrados Juegos. It is a 4-bits, a sniper.
Wow.
Sniper against sniper. Nice Irene right now, but the nice Irene is not making all those shots. But from the right side, who just popped off? Asa, who thought he is safe, will be showing himself and will be eliminated just like that. And from afar as well, Pando EWG, Quick Reaction right now, going for the Quick Reaction elimination, and they are in here part of top 3. Not only that, complete squad, not only that, all 16 elimination to their side already. They have good investment, they have a good position, they might be getting the booyah this time.
Elims after elims, that's what QR is showing us, and that is what we're going to witness as of the moment. But no, what is happening? 2 guys down, 1 guy killed, and that is because of Expand. It's now the time for Expand to show their might, and they just stopped right in front. But no, why did you stop there? Too Fast was taken down as well, with those eliminations coming from afar. 11 rather elims for Expand. QR is trying to reset with the things, but there's only 1 boulder away from Too Fast, who's now already gonna go for those nades. Will that connect? Maybe not, maybe yes, but they are damaged, and right now IJ is on the left as of the moment. Oh man, Expand. This is really a 3-way battle with the last moments of our game.
Yeah, I mean, you asked what happened. It's the Axel that happened earlier. And with the snipes that he has, he really can take them down. But a lot of nades being thrown right now. And look who is coming from Ilustrados Juegos. So distraction of the nade, plus the hit being done by Expand at this point. This might be the end for Quick Reactions. But no, Quick Reaction is still alive and kicking. And it has been turned. Kwasi just took down Too Fast in this fight. Shin took down Ilustrados Juegos. Quick Reaction just building up the momentum and getting all those eliminations. This might be the end for Führer, and Ilustrados Juegos out for the count. 2 teams remain, but who is left? I'm quite surprised. The revive has still been done, but what else can it do?
And Skip the Boy just went outside or went behind the guys of our Expand. A lot of people getting damaged. Cobras there. They are away from the blue zone, and there are still people falling from the sky, and that is Expand. And maybe it now hints that that is the end for our QR. Quick Reaction. Will they be able to get a rebound for our Expand? But again, Expand was able to revive themselves. Too Fast is going to go for the push, and that is what he's doing right now. Going to go for the 1v1 or 1v2 situation. Skip the Boy still up. And right now, getting out of that blue wall, that again, Expand. And I think that's the last guy for them.
And let's see, Skip Toby, will you be able to take down the Axel to 1v1 with a great one? And let's see, oh, X-Man, take this, booyah! And that is caused by the revive of two of the players with the help of the pistol in hand, and as well as the mistake being done by quick reaction. They step out of the blue, damaging themselves, and it has been taken advantage by X-Man, but a booyah in here by none other but X-Man, who I don't know what happened. Quick reaction has that advantage. Why would you step out of the blue?
I actually don't know as well. They were doing great, and it's just that Expand was able to expand themselves to again a full squad with those revives that they just did. OMG.
Whew. I mean, well, it's still a lot of eliminations being done by quick reaction. Even with the revive being done by Expand, it added more to the damage, or I would say to the numbers that has been built by quick reaction. But I still can't believe it. Expand is in here, change the tides 1v1 situation, even with, well, it is a shotgun, if I'm not mistaken, going against an AR or shotgun as well. But the help of those coming back from the revive, the damage that they can do, as well as the mistake being done, it tied all together, leaving Expand with a 1v1 that they won from that final moment. It's I couldn't explain it. It's luck for the side of Expand, because quick reaction has most advantage, especially with the takedown that has been done. But Expand just understood that they can still utilize their teammates even if they're coming back late into the final stage.
I think it is the miscalculation that our quick reaction did, because they just catapulted themselves away from the play zone, and you know, the damage done by the blue, and also the damage that you're gonna get from those two other players from Expand who is still there. But you know, there's still a big chance for having our most valuable team as for our quick reactions, because again, they are top two, and also even though they didn't get the booyah, they had a lot of eliminations from that encounter, and definitely, or most likely, they'll be able to get the most valuable team title.
Yeah, I mean, well, they might still be in their number one. It's just lost opportunity. That's additional 4 points if in case they got a booyah. But it's just me working with my emotion, and also how exciting it is in the final moment. If this day hasn't been that excited already, that final moment just brings in a lot more of excitement of how close it is. It was brought down on a 1v1, and
then suddenly it came raining with players, man. It came raining with players. I don't know when was the time that they revived their teammates.
I think it's about the time where they had a distance. They pulled out from the situation because they were on a higher ground. When an Expand pulled out from the situation that they have, and it's around Ilustrados Juegos, distracting quick reaction, and that's where they found the time. It's a good thing they invested as well for the recovery of two of their teammates, which sort of evens up the battlefield from that final moment. But again, I can't move on. If Kens cannot move on from the chase that happened earlier, I cannot move on from that final moment. My heart is still beating because of how close that was.
So it's a good thing that it's not Nextera that we had for the last match, right? It's good. It's Purgatory as well. Those are good knocks, eliminations coming from our quick reactions, and I can remember how Cyrene was did you see that? He just pointed on his right, and he saw one guy there walking, and just tapped the fire button, and just like that, eliminated. Away from the game.
I mean, it's more of the information gameplay that has been played, that has been done by the teammates, because knowing that Cyrene is a sniper, all the rest of quick reaction has to do is give them the direction, and Cyrene can just point and shoot And with the accuracy that they have, imagine the no scope that Cyrene did on the top of that hill as well. I mean, what else can you ask for in this last game? This is the last day and last game for this week, and I'm still sweating. I'm like. I might be shouting a little bit too loud, but I don't think anyone will bother. This is a job that I have to do right now, but this is an exciting day. Hopefully,
it is.
Hopefully, the upcoming week will be this exciting because it's crunch time for most of the team.
Cram time as well.
Yeah.
All right, so we are going to see a lot of damages as well, most likely from Purgatory, as what we have seen the performance of Quick Reaction, and that's what we're gonna see. And right now, the overall stats from that recently concluded match: 62 eliminations. Highest elims is again expanded the Axel. Okay, so 58 total headshots, 36,474 total damage, 21 total revivals, total rescue of 9, 78 total knockdowns, and 87 total glue walls destroyed. So it's a little bit, I mean, the eliminations is a lot. Well, for the damages, I was expecting something more compared to the last match that we just did. So it's still good, man. Eliminations is the factor here that is that separates this match compared to the other matches.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's attributed to the less number of rescues, the damage though. Because if you're not picking up some of the teammates who has been knocked down, it doesn't add to the damage that's being put in onto that fight. Eliminations though is pretty much relative to the headshots that we are seeing. So imagine if the total headshots is equivalent to the total elimination that we have, it's only 4 difference that's not a headshot. So and that's just me. I mean, I'm just assuming that that is the case, but again, this is how you close a day in a competition just like this. A lot of elimination, a lot of engagement, but not only that, a lot of exciting. And what is exciting? Seeing the Axel back on the MVP for Expand. Though it's just 6 on elimination compared to the 14 that we saw earlier, on target is still on par with 34%, and the damage of 2,627 on the damage. Now, this guy really is the one who started off the battle from Quick Reaction. He made the initial frag against, or initial shots against Quick Reaction, knocking them down, and that's when they slowly crept up in there onto that high ground, taking Quick Reaction one at a time until such time that they need to back out because of 2 players being taken down, and that's like everything else is history. You just need to watch the replay. But the team MVP is Quick Reaction. I guess you were right. With the 19th elimination, even without the Booyah, you can still put Quick Reactions on the team MVP.
Even though the MVP player is not from Quick Reactions, it is still, they are the most valuable team for this match. 19 eliminations, 9,691 damage, 16 assists, and a match point of 28. It's really good how they spreaded those eliminations all throughout the 4 players who played for this match. I think I saw Cyrene with 5 points. Another guy, I think it was Shin, with 5 points as well. So it was properly spreaded. Maybe that is why they didn't get the most valuable player title. But then again, it's the team that really matters, right?
Exactly. And I'm just trying to check as to, is this the highest elimination that we have in terms of a map? Because I guess I saw this number from side of Quick Reaction already, but this is second highest if I'm not mistaken, or we've seen this most of the time in different from different teams. So first is AV Radicals and then Ilustrados Juegos. But let's head over to the match standing and talk about that later on. Total of 28 points being taken by Quick Reactions in here, and this will be moving them up onto that leaderboard, followed by the Booyah takers of the previous match, which is Expand with a total of 26. Ilustrados Juegos tried to climb up on that hill and made a lot of eliminations, but it was not enough. But they got a lot of placement with 14, JPTNC with only 10 with Dasta in there. The sole survivor for the team on the final moment. Geek Slate, on the other hand, did a good fight, but not so much. They only got 9 on number 5, and Pando EWG this time surviving a little bit longer. Farang on 7th with 7, similar to what we've seen from TFC Esports. Project X Gaming with 5 on 9th, Freedom MY with 3 on 10, Nova Esports with 2 on 11, and fortunate for Udo Axis, they don't get any point and they will be the last for this match. And in a bit, we're going to see how much this has changed the story that we have in overall standings, especially with quick reactions. 28 points in total just for this match.
Yup, and definitely that's what we're gonna see on the next slide. Overall standings. Expand just pushed away Farang. It was a while ago that JPTNC was the one pushed down, and it's now Farang which was pushed now. 266 total points for AV Radicals, but then again, they didn't play for the past 2 matches that we just did. 235 for Expand, 229 for Farang, 207 for JPTNC. Ilustrados Juegos again underperforming for this past matches with 188 only. It's quite big already from 4 and number 5 spots. 169 for Sem9, 152 for Quick Reactions, which is good for them because of that last performance. 139 for both Geek Slate and Todak. We also have 131 for Udo Axis, Tactical Intex with 124, 116 with Tok Dalang, Freedom with 115, 103 for both Project X Gaming and TFC Esports, MAB Esports with 96, 91 for Pando EWG, and 82 for Nova. So these are the standings that they have to ponder on for the coming week so that they can get ready for the final week before the grand finals.
Exactly, and I really love how the movement of Quick Reaction, especially after that final match, because they moved from top 10 to top 7 that quickly. And well, it's Quick Reaction. It's quick as well as to like, it's quick that they can get a lot of points. It's quick as well as they lose that momentum. So hopefully they can get a little bit of consistency in the upcoming days and the final week, especially of the league stages. But they can maintain the position they have, or probably move up even further, because they're very, very close to get their booyah right there. And one thing why I want to point out Quick Reaction, because they did this before on one of the map wherein they are the ones who are taking the highest elimination in the game. It's just that they lost it from day number 1 up until this day, and it's only today that we've seen them really turn it up a notch. But they need to really turn it up several notches even more so that they can maintain the top 12 and proceed to the grand finals.
Yup, and that again is Quick Reaction, which belongs to the middle part of our board. Going to the bottom part of our board, it is quite a tight spot for our Tok Dalang if they will not be able to, you know, take a booyah or maybe survive until the final moments of our circles, because they are just 1 point away from our Freedom. And we have seen the performances, not just Freedom, but also Project X Gaming and TFC Esports. So we can stop with this because they are both in the 100 plus points, so they can still, if they get a booyah, we have seen Project X Gaming getting a booyah, so they can still do it for the next matches that we're gonna have. So again, a very tight spot for all the players, for all the squads at the 12th until the 16th spot right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of storylines that has unfolded for this week, for this, especially for this day. I mean, I'm quite surprised how many storylines can be taken out of here, but it has been a pleasure to be shoutcasting as well as hosting all 4 matches in here, Horizon for 2 and or for 2 days, and the Horizon in here being welcomed back into the caster's desk. But anyways, that is the end for today. Another exciting week of MCPS Season 5 has happened. Once we come back on next week, this is where the team will be trying to crunch and cram and try to climb up on the top 12, because that is the last chance that they have to step into the grand finals. I am Neptune the Gem Garcia. Together with me is Horizon. We are going to say goodbye and good afternoon. See you again next time.